Alright guys, BLM here, back with a new live stream, hopefully. So we're back. Yeah, so since the last time I streamed, I did change internet providers, because this one is a lot cheaper, and also my other one was kind of shit anyway. So, yeah, this is the first time streaming since I got new internet, which I will say I am very, very fucking worried about, because it's so fucking weird how, like, by the way, we're continuing with Brotherhood, but it is really weird where, like, it connects really well to everything except for my PS5, and that is extremely worrying when it comes to streaming here, where, like, with everything else, like computer, phone, everything, like, it's faster than my old internet, but, like with my PS5 for some reason, it's slower, and it's like by a decent chunk. It should still be enough to stream, but that is a bit worrying. Again, we'll see how this goes. So I will say that if the stream does die at some point, I'll probably try to hardwire it, and hopefully that fixes it, but we'll see. I prefer not to, but we'll see. So yeah, I mean, obviously we got Survivor 42. We can still talk about stuff there, even though I barely remember stuff at this point. What we got? Australian Survivor was interesting, I guess. Big Brother Canada is insane. It's like, what the fuck? And Challenge CBS cast came out, so that was something too. So, a lot of interesting stuff to talk about. Hopefully the stream holds up to allow me to talk about it. But yeah, let's see, what do we got? You think Jane Lynch should host Big Brother? That would be interesting. I don't know if it's really what I would want necessarily, but that would be interesting. Was I surprised by double elimination on Australian Survivor? Not really. I mean, like, I wasn't expecting a double elimination, but, like, once they did it, I was like, okay, whatever. Because, like, obviously, clearly they're trying to fill up Purgatory. The question I have is, how's Purgatory gonna work? I think that's the thing that I'm more interested in. Where, is it gonna be like The Edge? Like, is that what we're doing? Where we're literally just redoing Edge of Extinction? And, like, it's gonna run for a good chunk of the game? Or is it just gonna be, like, what they've done in the past, where it's just gonna end in, like, 2 episodes? Because, like, it doesn't look like it's ending in tomorrow's episode, based on the preview. So, I'm assuming it's at least one more round. That means, what, 4 people are going to be at Purgatory at least. So, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, we'll talk about BBCAN. I've been pretty busy the last few days, so I have not been, like, 100% up to date on the live feeds. In terms of, like, I haven't seen, like, literally everything, but what I have seen is fucking insane. And it sucks for me, too, because I went all in on Kyle in the Stockwatch. So that's not gonna go well, but, we'll see. Yeah, on Australian Survivor, it was Jordy was the first boot, and I actually, like, I will say, even though by the time Jordy got voted out, I thought it was pretty clear it was Jordy, I did actually think for a while in the episode that I thought this was actually Sam's boot episode. I did think that was a possibility. But again, they kind of gave it away by the end with, like, the way that Josh was talking at Tribal and whatnot. But, yeah, like, I mean, like, for most of the scrambling beforehand, I did think that Sam was actually going home here. So that's something. And then, yeah, the KJ boot, I mean, once Jordy went home, I was pretty confident it was KJ. Because I did write that down in my notes that the scene with Jordy and KJ, they explicitly say that we're, like, okay with going home if Sam goes out first or something, which, like, that screamed out to me that, like, ooh, they're, like, setting them up to go home back to back, aren't they? And I thought it would be, like, I thought Sam would go home this episode and then it would be Jordy and KJ in the next 2 rounds, but yeah, obviously when Jordy went home, I was like, oh, it's KJ. But yeah. KJ sucks. I mean, like, I don't think she sucks. I just think that there's, like, not that much she can really do, based on the current circumstances. I mean, the thing is, like, at the end of the day, it's like, they should have flipped on the con vote. I feel like that was really the last opportunity they actually had to actually truly do something. Where, like, I think it's very clear that Josh, Jordan, Mark, and Sam are in lockstep at this point. Now, I don't think they're going to stay that way. I do think... Again, I'm expecting Sam to be one of the next few boots. But, again, it's pretty clear they're in lockstep. And then, they have Chrissy pretty closely aligned with them as well. Chrissy and Dave. But it does seem like Dave's maybe a little bit more willing to flip. But, Chrissy is definitely... Sorry, I was just checking out my internet. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so everything should be fine right now, so at least that's something. But yeah, so Chrissy seems to be more, like, tightly aligned with Josh and Jordan for some reason, which never really explained on the show. But they told us that, so I mean, that's something. But yeah, like, I think it's pretty clear they're working together. Like, with that 5... and maybe 6 if we're adding in Dave, it's like there's not really much you can do. And again, I think a lot of this has to do with like Chrissy and Dave and I think Chrissy again in particular, like not really caring about the game that much. I think it's clear that she's like, obviously she's not a fan of the show. And I think it's at the point where like she just wants her friends to make it further and make her friends win, more so than her actually come out and win. Are they not going to kill him? Whatever. So that's kind of an underwhelming element of it. I would not be surprised if Sam goes home tomorrow, though. I do feel like, again, like the way that they just completely dunked on Sam in this episode, it makes it very much feel like they're being set up for a downfall pretty soon. And again, I still think Mark is winning. But this was not the greatest episode for Mark. Mind you, Mark has had a decent amount of like mediocre episodes here and there. It's just that like his edit is still better than everyone else, to where like he's still winning, I think. But yeah, either way. You still hate Azza? That's a shame. I still like, why is Azza on the challenge? Like like, I don't dislike Azza. She's fine. She seems like a nice enough person. She should not be on reality TV. I mean, I don't know why she's on the challenge. But whatever. But yeah, I mean, I guess we can talk about BBCAN. I mean, like, what the fuck is Kyle doing? Like, I literally came out of the week 2 eviction. Kyle was number 2 on my power ranking. I debated putting him number 1. Basically, like, I mean, by the time the end of the last HOH, like, pretty much the power structure was still the same as the previous week, where it was like Gino and Kyle are kind of running the game, with Kyle being the more active player, but Gino being better positioned, but still, Kyle's the more active player. And then now, it's like, he became HOH, and like, he's just blowing up his game at every opportunity, and it's hilarious. It's like, he's playing so hard. And it's, yeah, I mean, like, this is like, people have been comparing him to Frenchie and Devin, and I mean, yeah. I mean, like, to be fair, I think it's probably more closer to a Devin situation. Actually, I don't know. It's like I don't think, like, it's not necessarily a Frenchie situation. But still, it's like, it's still really bad either way. What am I doing here again? Oh, this is the fucking tailing mission. Ugh. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, he does still have allies in the game. So that's something. I mean, to be fair, I guess Frenchie did too, technically. Coming out of his week, he still had, like, Brett and Big D. So it's like, I guess they are kind of similar in terms of what they're coming out. Because, like Kyle still has Gino and Marty. Kind of JC, I think, and even Steph isn't like completely against him, despite the fact that he put her up, and despite the fact that he tried to target her. Brent didn't really turn on Frenchie by the end of week 1. It was more so the beginning of week 2 that Brent turned on Frenchie. Like, Brent was still on board with Frenchie until Kylan started doing meetings. and then pretty much made it very clear to Brent that that Frenchie was gonna be his target, and that's kind of where he started to go out on Frenchie. And then also Frenchie like actively started to blow up his own game with him like telling Whitney that like the slaughterhouse was over, right? That's the name of the alliance. So yeah, I mean, that's something. Thoughts on Kevin and Helena's group? I mean, I hope they do well. I'm rooting for them, I guess you could say. Like it'll be cool to see them take over the game, especially like where I mean, like it's kind of feels somewhat similar to like the sloppy seconds in BBCAN10, with them being like potentially being a core power structure that is set up like kind of week 3 or 4, and like if they're able to do it just solely off of the mistakes of Kyle, I think that's an even better storyline here than like than what happened with the BBCAN2, where it was like Canada's HOH really benefited them there. Slaughterhouse is a stupid name. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's funny because like that was Frenchie's like that was his like dream alliance, right? Like that's like he came into the house with the name of that alliance already set up. Oh yeah. So yeah, since I made the by the way, I haven't really talked about that. The so the Challenge CBS cast came out. I obviously made the cast reaction, which by the way, it was made like I literally got off of work and instantly started working on the video, and then finished it at like 3 o'clock in the morning, the day before it came out. So like it took me like what 4 hours to put together, and I did it like really late at night, and it really fucked my sleep schedule to where it's still kind of fucked. So that's something. Oh fuck, I'm about to fail this. But yeah, I mean, since the video came out, there has been some changes. A couple of them I put in the description because those happened like by the time the video actually came out. Where actually, I believe it actually like technically was like while I was editing it. It's just that I didn't even know. I mean, like the thing is, like only 1 or 2 things are different, and why not change? The thing is, like this is also I would have actually either way I would have only waited a day, so it wouldn't have changed that much. But either way, I was going to make the video then, because like the thing is, like I think I would have probably thought about moving it to Saturday in retrospect instead of just releasing it as an extra video, because like I did not expect the video to do well. Did I say Big Brother for Survivor? I was fucking tired, by the way, when I recorded and when I edited it, so if there's mistakes in it, then whatever. I don't care. But yeah, I mean, either way, I was gonna rush the video out. But yeah, I did not expect the video to actually do well. Like, I mean, I knew it was gonna do like maybe a couple thousand, but like it's at like 5,000 right now. So yeah. That's something. Have we gotten more updates, by the way? I've not looked since like this morning. Let's look this up. Gamer. But yeah, so I mean, I do know that so a lot of the Love Island people are now alternates. Or like like some of them have been cut, and then they're like the 2 alternates on the cast are 2 of the Love Island people. Okay, let's just pause this real quick. Yeah, I'm trying to see if there are any updates here. But yeah, overall, again, what a weird cast, though. Definitely not the cast. I mean, like, some of them I was expecting, but, like, again, like, people like Enzo is on there. Like, even Shan, like, I did not expect Shan. I didn't think she would be cleared to be on. There are some people that I expected to be on and aren't on there. Again, kind of a weird one. Why no research for Love Island? Because again, really as a whole, like, I don't care about the actual video itself. I didn't care about. Like, I literally did it just because, like, I kind of wanted to do it, but like, I didn't actually like care about putting any real effort into it. Because again, like, I was not expecting it to do well at all, so I really didn't care about it. I was just like putting it together, like just basic reactions after seeing the cast. So yeah, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, you have to do one, right? Oh fuck, I'm an idiot. No, let's not do that. This one, I guess. Oh fuck. Yeah, like, I briefly talked about the Love Island people, but, like, just literally based off looking at them. Like, where, like, I don't know who the fuck these people are, based on the, shows. Why did I not use the, pictures from, Vevmo? Because I want it to be more, uniform. Is that the right... Whatever. I wanted them to all be the same images. Essentially, I used the images from CBS themselves. I had to crop them myself, which, again, didn't really take long. But, yeah. Thankfully, I had most of the images for most of the people that are on there already. The only ones I had to actually get, like, not from Love Island, obviously, were Desi, and I think there was one other person. Well, I mean, I had to do amazing. I had to do James. I just had to recrop the image, but whatever. Yeah, it's funny too because like most of the Love Island people are not even on there anymore, so I find that kind of funny. Because I think based on the cast I last saw, it's like 6 Love Island people now instead of 10. Because I think 2 of them or maybe 3 of them have been cut. I don't remember. And then there's like alternates. The 2 alternates are both Love Islands. Well, Christmas has been cut. Christmas was the only like Big Brother Survivor person that was cut. And then like Kayla and then Leo from Amazing Race got added on. Oh no, Liana also got cut since I made the video. That was the other thing. And then everyone else was Love Island, which I don't really care about. Oh, fuck me, I forgot about this part. We have to do Leonardo stuff. Thoughts on Leo being on? Like, I don't expect him to do well. He's a small guy, right? Because it's like the smaller one of the 2, right? So it's like, I'm not expecting him to do that well. Yeah, I am surprised Christmas was cut, too. Again, like, I don't, like Christmas, but, like, I thought CBS liked Christmas. And, yeah, I just felt like she's also like when we're looking at it from a challenge competitor sort of standpoint, I mean, she's pretty much what they would want. But yeah, they cut her, so that's fine. I don't really care either way, but I am surprised that they do it. Thoughts on Kevin from BBCAN10's game? I mean, like he's he's actively playing like. Is he floater necessarily? I mean, like, he's kind of trying to play, like, a rat floater-esque game. Again, I've not been paying as close attention to the last couple days. But it does seem like he's playing pretty well. Again, like, he would, like, even though, this is something I find weird about the episode, the Wednesday episode, is that they gave a lot of the credit to, like, him being off the block, to Jess. Well, it was more him than Jess. Like, I did find that weird. Like, how much credit they gave to Jess there. But whatever. Yeah, was this, Kyle tells Steph you sometimes have to ruin someone else's dream to achieve yours. Kyle calls BB an extreme sport. It's a survival of the fittest. I mean, yeah, that's the way he's been talking for a while. That's why it's so fucking weird. Like he's like he actively talks to the rest of the cast like in this like really cutthroat manner. And it's really weird. And I think something I did find interesting that I didn't even think about until I was listening to RJP that they mentioned is that like I think some of like Kyle's misconceptions on the game are from the fact that he's only watched the show. And when we're talking about the show, we're talking about BB Can, not BBUS. Because I think because there's a major difference in the fact that BBUS tries to stay accurate to the like actual events of the game and everything. And like I think through watching BBUS, even the show, you can recognize what good strategy is and like what works and what doesn't. Well, with BBCAN, you can't because they make shit up. Like half the fucking show is made up, and because of that, it's like you're seeing this like false like reality. Is that you're seeing like not the real game. And you're seeing like people like Victoria being portrayed as like this really great player when really she's fucking terrible. And the same thing goes for like people like an Ally from BBCAN6 and whatnot. It's like you have these people that are not playing well, yet the show like props them up as like really good players, and you're like thinking that everything. And I think also another thing that like this misconception of that you shouldn't be that you should be throwing competitions and that sort of thing. Like I think it's another thing that like BBCAN really props up as well, which is also like a thing that doesn't really match with the current meta, or I guess really any meta, but like I think now especially. And like I just think in general, like it's like through watching the BBCAN show, you cannot like actually dissect like what is good gameplay and what's not. And it's like it's funny that Kyle has only watched the show of I think every season but like what 2 and 3 or something like that, but like again like and like that's his main source of like studying for the show, and like that's just not a proper way to study for the show here. What's wrong with Victoria? I mean, she's a pretty bad player. She had terrible reads in the game. She made terrible strategic decisions. She aligned with people that didn't have her back. And pretty much took her out the first opportunity. Yeah, I mean, what is there to say that's good about Victoria's game? Again, Victoria as a character, fantastic. That's why she got the content that she did on the show. It's because she is a great character. But again, as a player, pretty bad. And the same thing goes for like Sarah Hanlon and Brittany from BBCAN 3. Like, I do think Sarah Hanlon at least has more potential in the game. But again, she did not play like actively well either. Yet the show like brings her up as this mastermind. Colin Gino said they were next Dean and Anthony. I mean, I would have potentially said that at the beginning of this week. I mean, obviously not to that level, but like I thought they were going to run the game. Once like Kyle won HOH, I really thought it was like, this is done. The season's fucking done. I mean, Kyle's just gonna target Betty. He's gonna like he's gonna solidify the power structure that he's already in the middle of. It's fucking over. And I mean, yeah, that happens. Oh yeah, we haven't talked about that. Yeah, there is this, supposedly there is this Netflix challenge spin-off, like this, not spin-off of the challenge, but like this, like Netflix is essentially doing their own version of the challenge, with people from Love is Blind, The Circle, and the other show, Too Hot to Handle, which is interesting. It does make me question, like, if that's the case, then are they going to make it so that the people that are on the newer seasons can't go on the challenge then? Because they're going to want them for their own show. So that's interesting. Yeah, I do. Yeah, he's not even putting up Betty at this point, which is the even funnier thing. I mean, like, even when he was putting up Betty, he was never targeting Betty, which he should have. But yeah, now he's like he's trying to target Josh. Last I saw, he's starting to realize that he might not have the numbers, or at least he's not solidified in having the numbers. So who knows if that actually goes through? But we'll see. Oh, fuck off, wrong one. Whatever. Kyle should have gotten advice from BBCAN alum. Yeah, I really feel like he should have. Especially because, like, he's been, like, I mean, even, like, just talking to Taryn Armstrong, or, like, I think he did talk to Puya, because, again, like, he did, some live streams with the RHAP people, played Among Us with them, and, like, I believe Puya said that he talked to him, but it's like, why not Terran, who would be better strategically. And then, like, also outside of that, it's like, yeah, why not talk to, like, the other people in the BBCAN alumni community? Yeah, I don't know. Why does JC want to target Steph? It's because of Gino. Because, I mean, it's a couple. I think it's one that people are associating her with Steph because they are really close, which is, again, kind of dumb. That why do you want to target her at that point? But also, again, Gino. I think that's also a large part of it. I forgot I have the Be Undetected here, don't I? Yeah, he did also. Yeah, he played with, like, I'm pretty sure he, like, at least talked to Bruno, right? Like, not before the season, but I mean, like, he had streamed with Bruno, right? So it's like, at least, like, ask Bruno for advice. Like, I mean, Bruno is like, maybe could give you some iffy advice here and there, but, like, I still feel like, I mean, wow, how'd I get past that? But yeah, like, how'd you not ask Bruno? Or someone. Actually, didn't Bruno, like, talk to Stephanie? That was the thing, right? That, like, Stephanie knows Bruno as well. And I believe it was Stephanie talked to Bruno before the season. Which, I mean, it's not working great for Stephanie either, but still. Oh, and Jess also knows Bruno. Yeah, does Bruno, like, Bruno knew, like, 3 people coming into the season. Isn't that kind of ridiculous? Fine. Hope Twitter's not too mean to Kyle. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, again, don't want people to do anything to him outside the game or anything, but I am expecting it to happen, though. It's really weird, too, because, like, I feel like a lot of it comes from this, like, aspect of, people feel like they found Kyle, right? Like, Twitter found Kyle. And, like, I think that adds, like, the disappointment now. I'm surprised I got through that first time. Oh, shit. Okay, that's what I get for not looking at screen. How's the new David? Hey, which David are we talking about? Are we talking about David Alexander? Is Melina the worst BBCAN player? I mean, I think you can argue it. Again, the problem with BBCAN is that it's like we have we have such little information on week 1 that it's kind of tough to gauge, like, how bad some of the first boots played. But, like, I think there's a serious argument for it based on what we saw. Well, this Kyle Moore was on BBCAN 9. I mean, BBCAN 9 would be an even more insane season then. Because, I mean, like, Kyle Moore, like, the Kyle Moore, I guess now real Kyle Moore, the BBCAN 9 Kyle Moore, like, he was, like, one of the more rational players on that season. Mind you, also, still had some bad strategic ideas at points. But, like, was one of the more, like, well-rounded players on the cast. And if we're replacing him with Kyle, who is now, like, a fucking lunatic, like, there's, like, again, like, that season is just insane at that point. There we go. Okay, that was a massively long thing. Alright, let's see. This is gonna be long, so bear with me, but I was thinking about the... Alright, let's pause this real quick. I was thinking about the direction of the challenge. It's headed in. I think they should have 3 shows. The challenge CBS with 16-person cast, the challenge MTV, and the challenge CBS and MTV would be newbies from MTV and CBS respectively. See how fans receive them. And if they like them, transition to... So you're saying that, like, there's these 2 shows, like CBS and MTV versions of the challenge, and then those are essentially like casting sort of things for, or like tests, I guess, to see if they should be on the main show. I wouldn't be opposed to that. And to us, I think that's kind of what CBS is already. the thing is, I doubt they're gonna do. I mean, I guess they're they're doing All Stars, which is like kind of close to MTV. It's just that it's not with newbies, obviously. So it's like, would they do an all newbie spinoff? I don't know if they would at this point, especially because like it would be pretty difficult to do with just MTV people. Like you would have to expand it way beyond that to create a cast, especially with newbies from MTV. So. Fuck off. Yeah, like, I don't know, yeah, I just don't think it's, like, super feasible, the MTV part of it. But, like, I think for the CBS part, like, I suspect that's what they're pretty much doing, right? Like, 100%, like, these people that we're seeing on the CBS version are people that we're probably gonna see a few of transition to the main show. How's Sarah problematic? Yeah, I mean, it's mostly just, like, when I say problematic, I should more so say, like, not liked by Twitter because of political beliefs. Yeah, how do you think Enzo would do on the challenge? I don't know. Like, I think just in general, I'm not entirely sure how, like, these older people are going to do on this. Because, I mean, they are older. These people like Tasha... I didn't realize that Tasha's the oldest person on the cast. Like, I didn't realize she was that old. Like, she's like 46, I think. Which, I was thinking she was like 41 or something. I didn't realize she was 46. That's kind of insane to me. But, yeah, like, I don't know how, like, because, like, the people that are older on this cast are pretty athletic. I mean, you got, again, Tasha, Enzo, Tiffany, Mitchell. Like, these are, like, relatively athletic people, considering that they are older for this cast. But, yeah, I'm a bit unsure on how they're gonna do. I think Enzo can do well. I think, like, politically, I think Enzo will do pretty well here. I'm just not sure how he will do, in terms of competitions, specifically in terms of eliminations. But, oh yeah, and Tyson too. It's also on the upper side of things too. Mind you, Tyson's like an athlete though. Like, is actually like used to be a professional cyclist, and still like owns a bike shop and everything, right? So it's like he's still like into athletics and everything. While, again, like Tiffany's not anything, right? Like sports wise. Like Enzo, I don't even know what Enzo... Like, I know recently he obviously did the boxing thing. But yeah, that, and then, Tasha... I mean, Tasha's, like, really athletic, right? Like, obviously she did well in challenges, on Survivor. But, again, I don't remember her actual athletic background. But either way, like, I do feel like they're... Oh, and Dom. I forgot about Dom. Dom's also another one. Like, again, pretty strong in challenges on his season. But, again, also, like, I just don't know how they're going to do. I hope they do well, because I do like all of the older people on this cast. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, probably more than I like the younger people on this cast. So, it should be interesting either way. I'm also wondering, like, how are the challenges going to be? Like, are they going full out on challenges here? Or are they going to scale them down a bit? Like, is this going to be, like, full-blown challenge, like, main show, terms of athletic? Or is it going to be, like, All-Stars? Specifically All-Stars 2, where I feel like that would also radically change things. Where I feel like that would also, give everyone a bit more equal of a playing field. Worry about Dom bonding with the other male cast, maybe Xavier and Tyson. But who else? I mean, like, yeah, I know him and Tyson are... I know they are friendly outside the show. I also know him and Ben know each other outside the show as well. So, that's at least some connections for him. I don't remember the rest of the cast at this point. But, like, I know he has, like, some connections coming into this. Like, it's not like he's, like, he has no friends, but... He does feel like a bit of an outlier. I would not be surprised if he also bonds with Enzo as well. Like, they're around the same area, right? around the same age also, so wouldn't be surprised if they know each other. Tasha did bodybuilding? Is that a thing? Like, Tasha was a cheerleader, right? Wasn't that a thing? I might be misremembering that. But yeah, either way, like, she's definitely done, like, athletic things in the past. So, yeah, like, I feel like, if you are going to cast someone that's, like, in the late 40s, I feel like that's probably one of the best picks there. I have a feeling the final's going to be super easy, like Champs Versus. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, too. Yeah, maybe Champs Versus is probably a more apt comparison. Like, are we going Champs Versus with the comps here? Yeah, we'll see. Do I think we'll see Hall Brawl? I think we will. I mean, the thing is, though, like, yeah, I mean, I think we will. I think we will. But, like, especially because, like, Hall Brawl is, like, at this point, like, become, like, the most iconic elimination for a challenge, which is really weird considering it's, like, there's other eliminations that are older. Yeah, it's so weird, like, how everyone talks about Hall Brawl. But, yeah, like, I feel like we probably are, but it's not necessarily guaranteed, especially if they, like, do, again, dumb down the challenges, but, I think we probably will. It is going to be interesting to see it on on CBS though, and see how they cater towards that.
We all have our secrets.
I took the liberty of
because obviously CBS is a lot more is trying to be a lot more family friendly than MTV is. So I wonder if they're going to go like all in on competition. Like I wonder how much drama there really is going to be on this season.
All right. I have a plan to deal with the Borgia.
We can either go after supplies.
Oh yeah, how are the Canadian players doing? I mean, like, we know very little at this point. By the way, that is something we did get a bit more clarified on exit interviews from Jackson in terms of the dynamics on Taku. Is that according to him, Marianne was on her way out. That if they ever went to Tribal, that Marianne was going to be the first boot. So that is interesting. Because that makes me think that probably Marianne and Omar are on the bottom of that tribe. Because he explicitly said that him and Maria are very close. Or Mariah, god damn it, I keep on messing up her name. But yeah, they were very close, and then he was also close with Jonathan. So it's like at that point you would have, and then we also saw in a secret scene that Jonathan and Lindsay are close. So that makes me think again, I think that was the core four, and that Omar and Marianne were on the bottom, and that supposedly Marianne was being targeted because she was such a big social threat. Which makes me not feel great for Marianne game-wise, where if she's already being looked at as a social threat, like that's kind of like, I feel like she's going to come into the merge in a similar position that like Evie came into, where like Evie was this big threat. Coming in there, and like I feel like that could be a similar situation here. But edit wise, we'll have to see. Again, like we'll have to see the next few episodes. Again, I did feel good about her after episode 1, where I think the only thing we were lacking were like her personal relationships. Where like I think she got like the personal content and got like a solid intro, but we just need like more like understanding of who she's close to. But anyway, and then Drea, I think, is in an interesting spot where, like, to me, I think if anyone is getting like a Shan style edit this season, I feel like it's probably Drea. Where like I can see Drea being this like big player, probably like leaning towards the villainous side, and then probably is taken out like mid-early merge and is like probably the biggest move of the season. I feel like that's where I kind of see Drea going, where like even at the point where like again the preview for next episode is like, oh, them talking about getting rid of Drea. It's like it already feels like they're trying to make her like a focal point of the season, despite the fact that her edit feels like it definitely has longevity to it. So like I think she's definitely gonna be a main character here in terms of her gameplay. Like I think she seems to be on a decent like in a decent position on her tribe. But I mean, also seems to be a bit scatterbrained. So realistically, who knows? Especially because like that's another thing we got from exit interviews is that Zach mentioned that while the show only showed that it was him and Tori that were potentially being targeted at this round, there was also a lot of talk about Drea supposedly being targeted and they just didn't show that part of it. So again, like, who knows? Maybe she could be taken out soon. I think, but like the sense that I get from her edit is that, again, I think there is longevity there. I just don't know if it's winter. What am I doing? Oh, this is the banker. Okay. We'll see how this goes. I'm surprised the stream's been pretty stable so far. Again, like, I was testing my internet right before starting, and it did dip a bit right before I started. But it does seem to be fine right now. Hopefully I don't jinx anything. Who's the best right now, Edgic-wise? I mean, I think there's so many people that are, like, on an even playing field right now. Like, I didn't have a great sense of who was winning after episode 1. Again, my top 3 were Mike, Jenny, and Marianne. Where, again, like, I think Marianne's missing, like, connections. Mike and Jenny are kind of missing, like... I mean, I guess it's a similar thing. Like, we know that they're close, but, like, we didn't hear from them specifically that they're close, which is kind of the worrying part. But, like, everything else about their edit was pretty strong. So, like, I currently I have Mike 1, Jenny 2, Marianne 3. I forgot who else is at the top. By the way, oh yeah, that's something I didn't talk about yet. That I did finish editing my Horizon spoiler review, so that'll be coming out tomorrow.
What do you want?
You spoke of a senator.
Initially, I was going to release it on Friday, but who cares?
You do not need me.
I just release it tomorrow. Especially because, like, at the end, it's like the Heroes vs. Villains video is like it's doing fine, but it's not like to the point where like, where it's like, I don't know, because like usually if I have like a video that's doing really, really well, I'll probably let it like go for a bit, even though realistically it doesn't matter. Like if you release another video, like usually the video from beforehand, it doesn't change like how much viewership it really does. But I kind of like to let things breathe a bit if a video is doing really well, which is again also part of the reason why, in retrospect, I would have probably released the CBS cast reaction thing on Saturday and then let that breathe a bit. But whatever. But yeah, like Horizon's, like who cares? I'll just release that review tomorrow, which turned out like it's long for what it is. It could have been long. Like I edited so much out of it. Like, it might be a bit jumpy in terms of, especially towards the end. I feel like, because I cut so much out of that review, because I purposely, I even like when recording it, I cut a lot out. Because like I talked about this earlier. I think I'm gonna do like a really in depth, like 1 year retrospective sort of video, like I did with Last of Us Part 2, because I just have so much to talk about that like I just don't really have the time to put that video together right now, and I also want to like fully analyze everything, which I haven't really been able to do, and would probably take a little bit of time to do, and I just don't want to put that time into it now, especially considering how far behind I am on the Australian Survivor review already, which I'm going to try to work on this week, which I've been saying for the last 2 weeks. But yeah, like I ended up cutting a lot out. The initial recording was like an hour and 24 minutes, and the main video is 35 minutes. So, but again, I'm still like relatively happy with how it turned out. Saw Turning Red. It was solid with both strong competition. It only ended up being 17 on your Pixar ranking. Yeah, it seems pretty low.
No. Where is that sentence?
What happened if Mark and Mike win Survivor this year? I mean, what do you mean what happened? They just win. Doesn't mean anything. I think Mark, again, I feel pretty secure in Mark winning, even though, like, again, his edit's being a bit rocky. I still feel like his edit's for sure the best out of the people left. Mike, I'm not, again, I don't think Mike, like, I'm not actually solid on Mike winning, even though he's number 1 on my power ranking. It's like, this is purely, like, after episode 1, where, I don't, how many times have I, like, gotten the winner right, Edgic-wise, after episode 1? I feel like that's, like, very rare. So, yeah, like, I don't actually think Mike is gonna win, but we'll have to see. I think next episode's gonna be pretty important, though. that we saw. Like obviously in the previews, we see that Mike is being targeted, and Dre are being targeted, and I feel like their edits in particular should be pretty interesting to see, like how much they get undermined in the next episode. I feel like that's going to play a major factor into winner contention. Obviously, I think we need to see more Marianne in terms of her personal relationships. Yeah, there's a lot. I feel like next episode should be pretty important in terms of locking down who are truly the top contenders. Where right now, I feel like there's like a top 10, and they're all like relatively close. Because like no one has, like everyone's already had like kind of a flawed edit so far. Where like there's not a person that like I think has a perfect like premiere episode. Even like last season, I thought Tiffany had a pretty perfect premiere episode. But yeah, like I don't think there even is a person this season that has a perfect or anything close to a premiere episode here. So imagine Daniel winning again. It's not an impossibility. He can definitely still win. Do I think it's happening? Probably not. But like, and he is one of those 10 people that I think still have like a legitimate shot. I'm too fair. Like, I mean, when I say like 10 people, it's like I guess that's more so like because like I mean realistically, I still think Roxroy can win. He's not completely out of it, but he's also like pretty unlikely. If you went back 5 years and told me Mark would be a winner someday, I wouldn't believe it. Yeah, me neither. Even though again there's a lot of negativity towards Mark at this point, I am happy. I don't know if that's actually the right way to phrase it, but either way, like I'm pleasantly surprised with his gameplay, even though his gameplay has been rocky. But like I didn't think he really had it in it. Okay, well, cool. That was weird. But I didn't think he had it in him to be as game body, I guess, as he seems to be right now. And to be fair, same thing with Sam. Mind you, this last episode I think really showed us that Sam, like the original Sam, is still there. I mean, that paranoia and everything that gets talked about, that's like a lot of the same flaws that she demonstrated in her first season. I think that's kind of the same I expected to see the entire way. But again, like the fact that she like has done so well up until this point, I do overall find her I think she's the biggest surprise here in terms of her gameplay. I think Daniel's going to be like the Christian. Yeah, I mean, like to me, Daniel was kind of like the David Wright to me coming into the season. Which I think David Wright and Christian are relatively similar. I think David Wright's a better player, but I think in terms of like their journeys on the show, it's kind of similar.
It is not safe here. We must keep moving.
Will I start covering MCU movies? Probably not. Not like consistently. I've completely stopped paying attention to MCU at this point. I haven't watched anything since Far From Home. Well, I haven't watched any of the shows. Like I know what happens to a degree in terms of like the broad view of things, but like I haven't like watched any of it. At some point I would like to get caught up, but like I don't really anticipate myself doing that anytime soon. That being said though, next year I do have a couple MCU videos on the schedule. Now, do I actually follow through in doing those? Who knows? But like, so yeah, next year is what, how many years is it? 15-year anniversary of the MCU? Stuff like that, right? So like I was gonna do a retrospective on Iron Man. And then also it's the 5-year anniversary of Infinity War. So I was gonna do a retrospective of that. That one's a bit more secure. I feel like I'm definitely doing the Infinity War video. The Iron Man one's a bit more hazy. We'll see if that one, but we'll see if that. Am I done with the challenge rewatch? I'm very close. I am very close. I did finish Double Agents, and I am 4 episodes into Spies, Lies, and Allies. So I am very, very close. I'm hoping to wrap that up by the end of the week, and then get around to recording the review either end of this week or beginning of next week, and then well, I mean, I guess I probably won't edit it right away, because again, right now the Australian Survivor review has to be the priority, just because I'm really far behind on that. I mean, we're like what, 3 weeks away? Is it 3 weeks? 1, 2, yeah, 3 weeks away from the finale, and I literally haven't like edited. I haven't edited anything, and I'm still only up to episode 9 in terms of my writing of things. So it's like I'm pretty far behind on that. But like normally by now I would actually be caught up. Okay, well that's cool. So again, that's a bit. It's not worrying. Like I know I can catch up, but it's like it's more so like I am more behind than I should be. And to be fair, Horizon definitely played a major factor into that. Where I've obviously been playing a lot of Horizon over the last like what 3 weeks, and obviously I just edited the review, which took like 3-ish days, kind of. Where like outside of watching Survivor and BBCAN, like that was pretty much what I did on Wednesday. Friday I was busy for a lot of Friday, but like the time that I did have, I did use editing that, and then yesterday, my free time, I edited it. So like that took a while. Even though it was like not like, even though it's an extra video, and it's also a video that I purposely went less in depth than I could have, but whatever. Challenge CBS videos funny and hilarious. Cool. I have like I do like doing like some of these videos where I don't fucking like where I don't care. I feel like it's just more fun to do, even though like they end up being like kind of dumb by the end of it. But I like things like my Sasuke 39 horse speculation video. I really had a lot of fun recording that one, because like it was just me like pretty much the entire video is like me kind of like ranting on like the current state of Sasuke. And I just had like fun doing that. Am I gonna watch Temptation Island? Probably not. I feel like that's pretty unlikely. Right for me to begin pushing Spies, Lies, and Allies is better than Double Agents? I doubt it. I will say, like, Spies, Lies, and Allies like has a solid like first 2 episodes. Actually, no. Actually, first. I guess you can say first 4 episodes. Like the first 4 episodes I've watched are actually solid. The thing is that Double Agents is the same way. I think after a rewatch, I'm actually like anticipating that they're going to be like back to back. Where like I wouldn't be surprised if Spies and Allies isn't my like least favorite season, and like least favorite like modern season anymore. Might not by much, but like still, it's like at the end of the day, it's like I still don't think I'm gonna love the season as a whole, just because like it's a slog by the end of it, and like that's the way I felt about Double Agents, where Double Agents is like really good the first few episodes. It's like kind of like fine up until the Teresa boot, and then after Teresa goes, it's like a slog till the end. I mean, and to be fair, actually, the CT Big T stuff is interesting, but outside of that, it is a slog to the end. And I feel like Spies, Lies, and Allies is a similar way, where it's like, yeah, up until the Fessy ejection, I feel like it's pretty solid. And then like beyond that, it's like there's maybe like a decent episode here and there, but for the most part, it is a slog. Specifically, I think once the team format starts, I feel like that's really where the season really drags on. Maze vs. Canada set to start filming next month. That's cool. I don't know if I'll catch up to it on time. We'll see. By the way, if this Netflix challenge show comes out this year, I'm probably not going to end up covering that either. I'll probably try to watch it, but I don't see myself doing videos on it. Ed Kyle elimination was a good one. I don't even remember it that well. Like, obviously I know that like Kyle, what did Kyle do? I don't even remember what Kyle did, but I know Kyle like blows up his game at points, right? Like, I remember that aspect of it, but like, I don't actually even remember the actual elimination itself. BAFTAs and Critics' Choice Awards were both today. Actually, did the Oscars happen yet? I didn't pay attention to that. I don't think so, right?
They are attacking me!
But again, I don't think I've watched a single movie nominated outside of Dune. Kyle fucked with the challenge, and Ed volunteers to go in for Logan. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that was a weird. Actually, I forgot about that. The Ed throwing himself in for Logan. Again, what is like Logan? Like, why does everyone love Logan? Like, it's such a weird thing where like Big T's like instantly in love with Logan. You have Josh who loves Logan. You had another person, right? Early on, I forgot who it is now. But either way, it's like Logan has like a lot of fucking relationships early on. It's like, where did these come from? Like, I mean, obviously, like like I would assume he's like a really charismatic sort of guy, but like he did not like we did not see that on TV. I don't feel like.
Thank God he's not here. We haven't talked since he found
Oh yeah, he was
out
also
about
close to
the
Anissa.
What did you want again?
By the way, what a questionable choice that is too. Him like his number one pick on who he wanted to be paired up with was Anissa.
You are meeting the bank.
Which, I mean, they win the first daily, so I mean that's something. But
I go to one of 3 places.
definitely
And
not
his
the best
friends
partner
take
there.
me
Yeah, Manuel's another one that's
Bring you
loved
up
by
the money you
almost
want.
everyone.
Sul serio?
Oscars
You
in
need to
2
stop
weeks. Okay.
You might actually give me hope.
Is that normally like that feels late, doesn't it? I thought Oscars were like early mid March. Like that's really late.
I cannot believe you would just do this.
You just finished True Colors. You didn't like the last 2 chapters.
Eye on the politics of the city.
I can
Want you
get
to
it.
report back to Maria at the Rosa
I mean, I didn't
Fiore,
love
targets you are having
chapter
before
5
And
necessarily.
what?
Like, I mean,
Disappear?
it's weird because like I think I like it from like what it does for Alex Chen as a character, but I think like the actual chapter itself is like really it kind of drags. And too, I kind of have a more negative opinion on it because I did the speed runs. And like having to watch because like episode 5 is almost entirely just cutscenes. So like having to watch the same cutscenes over and over and over again like really lowered my opinion of it. But yeah, I don't find chapter 5 the greatest at this point. But I feel like I really liked it at the time. Even though I was like a bit underwhelmed too, because like the first time I played it, I didn't recognize exactly what the story was doing just yet. Like it wasn't until like after I finished the game that I kind of realized that okay, well the mystery, like even though there is this like mystery around who killed or who like whatever the Typhon stuff and all that, like that's not really the thing that matters in this game. Like while it's there, it's like the actual story is more so about the development of Alex Chen and how she affects the people around her.
I have the money.
And I feel like I kind of like once recontextualizing the game, I like it a lot more. But like like on paper, the first time I played it, I feel like I probably didn't like episode 5 from a plot standpoint.
Cesare is dealing with him. I hope he's all right. So,
Especially because like I was a lot more interested in the mystery elements of it when I first played it.
what did you say?
Helena and Kevin are now considering voting off Josh. And who's the other option? It's Steph, right? I mean, to be fair, probably. I mean, I guess it would matter, right? Like because like Steph is still in this position where like she's still not targeting Kyle for whatever reason. Obviously, she's gonna be distrustful of Kyle moving forward, but like I don't think she's targeting Kyle. So like yeah, it probably is beneficial for him to keep Josh around. Where Josh is directly targeting Kyle at this point. But like I can get their move if they don't do it. But again, like I feel like at this point, I mean, because like by doing that, they would essentially be like making both sides kind of even. Because at this point, like it does look like next week the Kyle, Gino, Martys of the world are going to kind of be on the bottom. While if they keep Steph in the game and get rid of Josh, it kind of balances out. Okay, well, that's cool. Balances out the sides a bit more. Where, like, Josh is, like, again, like, I haven't been following the feats too closely, but, like, isn't Josh, like, closer to, like, the Herman, Summer, Tanisha side of things than he is to the Helena, Kevin, Jess side of things? So it's like, I if they're trying to, like, keep the two sides balanced, I feel like that could potentially be the better move. How many challenge spinoffs are you doing now? Yeah, 5, kind of. It's like 4. I think they're filming 4 of them right now. Actually, are they filming War of the Worlds like at the same time? That's actually something I don't know. Like, is War of the Worlds going to be later, or? By the way, they are filming Argentina, UK, Australia, and CBS, all back to back now. And then I don't know if War of the Worlds is like actually now, or if it's like they're waiting a little bit. But either way, yeah, 5 by the end of the year. And then also 38 is going to be in May, right? So, quite a bit of challenge. Really, too much challenge, really. Best show 2007. Alright. Best season 2017. Probably BBCAN10. Actually, that's a pretty good year. And that, like, the seasons that are posted there, those are all, like, really good seasons, with the exception of BB19, and even then, like, I like BB19 more than most people. Is Amazing Race headed towards cancellation? I don't think so, but I also think it's not, like, a big priority for CBS. Where I think they're going to continuously renew it, just because, like, it's, like a show that does good enough, and a show that's, like, cheap enough. But I don't think they actually care about it that much. And to be honest, I think that's the way that CBS always treated Amazing Race. Like, pretty much ever since, like, they stopped winning Emmys for them, I should say. Where, like, I just don't think they care that much about the show at this point. And you can tell with the way they scheduled the show, where it's, like, consistently being put on at weird times and changing its schedule every single time. Why do people think Survivor's getting canceled? I mean, I think because people are upset at the direction of the show, but again, Survivor's not getting canceled. Then also, I mean, from what I saw, the ratings of this latest season. Are you fucking serious? They put me at the very beginning. Whatever. But from what I saw, the ratings of the premiere 41 was the lowest ratings ever. But again, like, it's still number one. It's its time slot, and CBS doesn't have anything else that would be worth replacing it with. So I think Alex's past flashback would have been better if they were broken up, spread throughout the game as dreams. Yes, I agree with that as well. I didn't love how they handled the dream sequences. And really, I found a lot of it weird. Like, it's so weird they're like that they're like kids, but like they were too lazy to actually create like the character models for the kid versions of Alex and Gabe. So like they're adults just like playing as if they're kids. I felt that was weird. I didn't like the you have to play the section twice essentially to get like the full context of things. It's like, why are we doing this? I feel like those are things that annoy me. But yeah, also, yeah, I think it would have been better if they spread it out a bit more and like let you into Alex's character a bit more throughout the game. Is there any players that are actively good on BBCAN10? Herman, potentially. However, Herman is also in a position where Kyle kind of wants to target, or like thought about targeting him. But Herman is actually... I think Herman is the best player of the season so far. To be fair, again, I think Kyle and Gino were in the best positions coming into this week, but then they just... I mean, well, Kyle blew everything up. And Gino's just not an active enough player to really... Like, I think he'll probably go down the ship, I would think. Like, I think if we're in a situation next week where... Well, actually, Marty would probably go home first, wouldn't he? So like, if we're in a position next week where Kyle and Gino are on the block, Kyle wins veto, then yeah, probably Marty goes home at that point. But like, I can definitely, I think Gino is going to remain loyal to Kyle moving forward. There was a dream sequence on PlayStation's The Tester. Is that a thing? I don't remember that. Doc Dream. Oh, yeah. I was thinking of the. Yeah. I do remember that now. I was thinking of the other guy. I forgot his name now. The other guy. He was like 6th place or something. But I was thinking he. Oh no, actually no. That is Doc. Who's the other guy then? Wait. Now I have to look up the Tester. When was the Tester? 2010. I genuinely want to do a Tester retrospective. Big D, that's who I'm thinking of. Big D. Actually, there was another Big D. Yeah, it was Big D who I was thinking of instead of Doc. Yeah. Did Joey and Megan deserve to come back on All-Star? Again, deserves like whatever, but I like them their first time around. Are they the best racers in the world? No, but yeah, I like them. I do find it weird that Megan, like, after the show, or after Amazing Race, like, was part of Power Rangers Hyperforce, which was this, like, live, action RPG, like, Power Ranger series. So I find that weird. So, like, she's technically part of, Power Rangers canon. Did I watch Caffeine Confessionals cast estimate? I actually did. Actually, it came out, or at least I don't know if it came out, but I saw it out after I recorded mine, but before I edited it. So like I watched it in like 2.5 speed just to see what he said. But I mean, to fair, sounds like he put less effort into it than even I did. Well, I watch Arcane now. That's what they won 9 Annie Awards.
The banker has a special
Again, again, in an ideal world, I would have watched Arcane, but yeah, just don't know when that'll be. When I eventually will. I'll probably have 27 fucking Big Brother updates on my phone. But whatever. Do a player ranking for the Tester. I think that'll be hilarious. I won't do it, but I think it would be hilarious. Is the Glass House good? Kinda, not really. I'm like really no, but I have like nostalgia for it, and like realistically, if I was like rank it amongst Big Brother seasons, it's definitely like bottom tier. Actually, I don't know if it's bottom. Actually, it might actually be like mid tier, maybe. But like, it's a fine season of reality television. I think the game format is kind of like not great, but I think the cast is kind of interesting, especially like because it ends up being split down the middle. I'm interested. Again, I'm excited to rewatch it because that is. Again, I plan as of right now to still do that Glass House retrospective. So, yeah, I'll rewatch it sometime soon. Is Steph's story worth buying? I did buy it. It's fine. It's definitely. Like, the entire DLC is just Steph in the record store. But through that, you do get, like, a lot of character moments with Steph, and, like, you find out a lot about her, like, trauma, I guess. It doesn't, like, it connects, like, it all takes place before the events of the main game. So, like, it doesn't truly connect. In terms of, like, it doesn't matter, I should say. Like, it connects, but, like, it doesn't actually matter to anything. outside of just seeing more Steph. But like I liked it for what it was. I don't remember how much it is. Like I wouldn't necessarily spend like more than like $10 on it. But yeah, it was fine. What's we got? Favorite Amazing Race team? Again, it's probably Colin Christie, I would guess.
Kill him.
Like my recasting Heroes of Villains video. Thank you. I forgot. It's my like I only remember my cast at this point.
Lead the way, boss.
I did see someone posted on Reddit like a recasting of All Stars, which again is also coming out relatively soon, probably at least. But like I'm pretty sure their cast is like almost the same as mine. I think there's like one or two people that's different, but like it's mostly the same cast as mine. And also I shaked up the Tri Breakdown.
Now we are making good time.
People still play multiplayer? I don't think so. Well, I mean, there's no multiplayer even available on Ezio Collection, right? Cal somehow makes it to jury how I look at his game. I mean, to be fair, like even as of right now, I don't think he's the worst player in the world necessarily. Where am I going? Okay, I think this is wrong. Again, this is what I get for not paying attention. Like, I mean, I think he's still gonna be, like, he would still be above both Jay and Molina on the player ranking for sure. Because, like, even though he's, like, actively ruining his game at this point, it's like he still was, at least able to initially set up a power structure that greatly benefited him. The problem is that, obviously, he didn't take advantage of that, and he blew it up.
I hope they let us
But, like, his ability to actually, like, bring it together to begin with is at least, like, again, better than Jay and Molina from this season.
The route you are taking is very
Okay.
We're on track.
And like I still think as of right now he's still definitely a better player than like a Betty or I don't know who, like a Steph or I'm probably not, I'm debatably JC Lynn.
Where are we going? Now we are making good time.
Debatably Jess. Like, I mean, again, like, I don't think he's the worst player in the world necessarily. But again, this was a really bad week for him. I will have to see how the rest. Like, if he ends up going home next week, then yeah, I mean, a lot more question marks to his game. But if like he makes it far, then I think there's probably still like credit to give him for his game. Marty is the best player on this cast. I think he's playing. Like, I think he's a better player. I still think Kyle's a better player than Marty.
Where are we going?
As of right now, at least.
Soon the party will be all around.
By the way, how the fuck did Marty win the fan vote thing?
Now we're going.
Like, I find it hilarious that this is like purely like because the show only like put so much focus on Marty because he was like the week 2 HOH. Like, is this a situation where like the week 2 HOH was always going to win this fan vote? Because I find that hilarious if that is the case. That essentially the game, like the edit is so fucking overpowered in terms of the casual vote that whoever wins week 2 HOH, as long as they're not a completely unlikable figure, will pretty much always win a fan vote in week 3. Just because like they're pretty much the focus of the show. This is right. Okay. Didn't think it was.
Now we are making good time.
Yeah, is that a thing? Like, does he come from like a place that has like a really big, loyal fan base? Is that also a thing? Am I going the wrong way now? Shit. Alright, well this is going well. Shits. I should know the path by this point. I know where I'm going. Like, I know I'm going to the bridge. Which I haven't unlocked on the map. Alright, well that's fun. Who's a better player, Zach or Jacob Derwin?
I would not have gone this way. Who am I?
Maybe Zach.
I am not questioning.
I feel like Zach did less wrong. I think that's probably a better way to phrase it. Like, realistically, they're probably around the same caliber of player in the grand scheme of things, but, okay, this is just a disaster at this point. Again, this is not the easiest thing to do when I'm not paying attention to the game. But yeah, like, I feel like Zach did less wrong than Jacob Derwin, so at least there's that. Thoughts on pineapple on pizza? I don't hate it on, like, Hawaiian pizza. Like, I don't eat, like, I never order it. But, like, if I was, like someone were to give me Hawaiian pizza, then I would eat it. But I'm not, like, craving it at any point in my life. But, like, outside of that, I wouldn't put pineapple on, like, any random pizza. Really? Is this still the wrong way?
I know, the city's pretty confusing, but this is...
Okay, let's just... Oh, wait, there's no restart checkpoint in this game. Fuck off. Whatever. You know what? Fuck it, let's kill them. Can you kill them? You can't kill them? Well, that's kind of bullshit.
Respectfully, signore. I am not sure where you are going.
Oh, you played the Strangers of Paradise demo? Or did... Well, actually, when's Strangers of Paradise out? Isn't that out really soon? Because that's coming out in March, right? What is this? Let's see. March 8th. Oh, shit, that's in like 4 days. Okay, interesting. I'm really interested in Strangers of Paradise. Again, I recently watched a Final Fantasy 1 playthrough. I mean, actually, at this point, it's probably like 6 months ago. But, yeah, like, I was, like, pretty impressed, actually, by the end of it. And, like, I think that, like, this, Strangers of Paradise, like, again, brings a lot of, like, interesting questions to where, like, what they could do with it in terms of, like, connecting it to the, potentially, like, connecting all of Final Fantasy together. And also, I think just seeing, like, a lot of these characters that are in Final Fantasy 1 now in this, like, big 3D, like, modern game. By the way, we made it this time. I think that would be interesting, too. Am I going to try to avoid spoilers on Challenge CBS? Probably not. I don't think I care enough.
Soon this job will be over.
Because I'm sure gamers going to post them, and I'm probably just not going to care enough to, like, not look at it. Because, again, I'm not doing any sort of video before the review about it, so
I will bring it to the
I don't really care if I get spoiled on it or not.
We can't go in.
You have to patrol.
Is the challenge going to do a version of the show where they only take contestants from YouTube original series? I doubt it. I would guess that this is probably... Like, I think the Challenge CBS is the only spin-off that they're going to do that is specific to, like, a certain network. Like, I don't think they're doing another, like, again, like I mentioned earlier, challenge, like, only MTV people. I mean, yeah, outside of All Stars. But, like, I don't think they're going to do, like, a new one that's only people from, like, Are You the One and whatnot. Like, I don't think they're going to do, like, only people from, I don't fucking know, from whatever network. Like, I don't think they're going to do any of these other ones. I think it's only going to be CBS. And then I think they could do these, like, more country-based ones. Obviously, we have UK, Australia, and Argentina. But, like, I think as a whole, like, this is probably, like, it for the spin-off. Like, I don't know what else I could realistically see them doing. I do think for sure they're going to do more CBS versions, especially if this one's successful. And, like, more versions of potentially UK and Australia and whatnot. But, like, I don't think they're going to do that many more actual new spin-offs.
My brother, he helps us with a little money.
By the way, I hate this mission. Really, I hate a lot of this end game. Like, that's the thing about Brotherhood. I hate the fucking mission structure of this game. Other than Wendy Joe, who is up there with the worst Survivor players ever, I mean, I have a video on that coming out pretty soon. Well, a month from now, I think that video comes out.
Claudia, the banker is here.
I think Zach being the first boot gets us closer to a first boot season. Again, we're not getting a first boot season, I don't think. Like, I can't realistically see Survivor production, like, actually taking the time to go out of their way to try to cast all the first boots. Or a cast full of first boots. Again, I think early boots, I think that's very possible. Like, all people that, like, didn't make the jury. I think that's a very possible theme. I just cannot imagine them actually, like, I don't know, like, actually calling, like, every first boot and saying, hey, do you want to be on this season? Like, I just can't imagine that. Does Zach make top 10 worse? I don't think so. And again, I mentioned this in the video itself. I think it's very tough to make the top 10 at this point with Survivor. Like, I just think just in general, the casting of the show at this point is so much stronger to where I think it's tough to have a player that actually cracks the top 10 at this point. Where I think everyone that comes into the show at this point is at least knowledgeable about the show enough to a point where they probably won't be top 10 worse. Right, again, even Jacob Derwin does not crack top 10. So, like, if Jacob Derwin's not cracking top 10, I don't know how many other people that play from this point forward are cracking the top 10.
I've never been to Trastevere before. The old ruins make me know.
Romeo might win? Potentially, but I don't think so.
I bet.
Again, like, to me, his edit is... Again, like, when we instantly, like, in the premiere, see him getting undercut right away with him not getting his way. And the show, like, going out of their way to show him not getting his way, I don't feel like that's the greatest sign towards him winning. Yeah, I think there could be longevity there. To where, like, I can see him probably... Like, I think, if anything, he is, like, a losing finalist. But, like, I don't think he's winning with how he's being portrayed so far. All winners versus all first boots. Again, that is definitely not happening, I don't think. Desi and Tasha are the most bizarre pick. Desi's not a bizarre pick. I think Desi was, like, a pretty locked-in pick. I mean, not locked in just because, like, her season's been a while back, but at this point, but, like, I feel like if you were to ask me who was going to transition to the challenge from, like, 35, like, Desi was one of the top people. So I don't think that's that strange to me. Tasha is a weird one. I was not expecting Tasha. I think Roman's getting a James Lim edit. That's kind of like, what did James Lim do in the first couple episodes? Like, I think if anything, he's getting more like, I don't know. I was gonna say Deshaun, but not really exactly that. But, like, I can see comparisons to his edit. To Deshaun's. The problem is that Deshaun didn't go to Tribal right away. But, I mean, Deshaun also gets, like, undercut a lot in that premiere. And that's, like, what instantly put me, like, off on Deshaun.
Yes, Excellenza, I am.
How many people from seasons 1 through 10 are on my worst player list? Let's look it up real quick. I don't think there are that many from the first 10 seasons. I think it's a lot of people from, like, the, like, 10 through 25 sort of range. Let's see if I can find my script. Worst players. There we go. If it would load. Anyway, like, I'm pretty sure a lot of them are, like, in, like, the maybe, like, 11 to 24-ish range. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, there's only one, or there's two people from pre-All-Stars. Originally there were three, but I mentioned this back when I made the video that I completely forgot about Drew Christie. And Drew Christie ended up being a late entrant to the... Like, I literally had to re-record parts of the video because I added Drew Christie onto the list. But, yeah, so there's two pre-All-Stars. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4 people in the, like, 11 to 20s. 2 people from Survivor Nicaragua. And then 2 from the late 20s, and that's the entire cast. Or that's the entire list. Again, a lot of honorable mentions. It's actually a really long list of honorable mentions. And a couple like Reem is on the honorable mention list. And then Jacob Derwin. I believe those are the only two from the late 30s. Yeah. So, not super, again, a lot of older school players. It's the opposite of Big Brother, though. Where Big Brother, it's a lot of modern players. Let's look at my Big Brother list. Where is it? Yeah, Big Brother, I think for the top of the list are a bit more old school, but then there's a lot of people from like 16 onwards on the list, so that's something. Is Simone a bottom 10 player? No. But, I don't think I did not list her as honorable mention, but like she was like pretty much like around that like sort of area.
No one will stop.
Well, it depends whose tree it is.
You don't seem to understand.
Is Drew Christie really a horrible player?
Not
He's
much.
pretty fucking bad. I mean, like, he is someone that, like, should be a really good player. Or, like, should be, like, well-positioned on his tribe. Considering he is, like, very clearly the best physically on his tribe. He is, like, this person that, like, tries to bring all the guys together right away. But then, like, he just, like, actively blows up his game, like, over and over and over again. Over the course of, like, one episode. Jatia or Garrett on the list? They are not. They are, I don't remember if Jatia is an honorable mention, but Garrett is an honorable mention. I'm pretty sure Jatia's got to be an honorable mention, right? I don't remember for sure, but either way, like, they're both not on the list, but someone else from Kakian might be.
Than to join in the Brotherhood of Man. Soon, we will be here once more, celebrating a united Italia. And then, the feasting will last for 40 days.
Chicken Morris? Maybe. Do
Do
I think someone will ever re-edit Nicaragua? Probably not, realistically. It'll be interesting to see if someone ever does, but I don't think they will. Abraham's not honorable mention.
Agree to conquer Italia.
If your brilliant Captain General says we can do it,
Yeah, I don't think Abraham played that bad, that actively bad.
We have worked so hard to tighten.
Where again, like Zane Knight doesn't make the top 10. So it's like, I mean, if Zane's not making, like, Abraham's not making the list.
Don't look so bad. Enjoy yourself.
Brent is a better player than Big D. Maybe? I'm an idiot. I just closed the wrong thing. I closed chat instead of the other tab. Whatever. Trying to open it up real quick. But anyway, again, Big D is not my top 10 for Big Brother. Like, to be honest, Big D not being in my top 10 made me create. So again, like I made the worst player of all time videos, and then I also. I made the Big Brother one already, but I haven't made the Survivor one yet. But I'm doing sequel videos for those, where I do top 10 worst players for Big Brother, worst players to make the jury, and then top 10 worst players to make the merge will be the Survivor version, which I haven't made that one yet. But Big D makes the second list, but not the first one. Wow, I'm surprised. Yeah. Go after me. Do I have a favorite Survivor soundtrack? Not particularly. To be honest, I don't really care that much about the individual seasons and stuff. Like, there's certain tracks I think are really good, but and to be fair, I don't even know the names of them. But yeah, in terms of like actual individual soundtracks, like I don't really care that much. Like, obviously there's ones that are like super notable, but like I don't know if it's like there's any that like stands out to me. It's like, oh, that one's for sure my favorite. Gabe is on the honorable mentions. Fuck, does he not come over here? Oh, that's kind of shit. But yeah, like Gabe, I think the issue there is that obviously he's playing like really early on, in a position where it's like I kind of get his sentiments of why he didn't play the game, but I also feel like if he were to like play, like actually try to play the game, I think he would actually do pretty well. It's just that obviously he was on this like old school season, had this like warped perception of the show.
How do you need help?
Where the capo wouldn't mind us taking a little dive. Inspector Good.
Go for it. You get on this bench. Pretty sure you can assassinate from here. Does Megan make the list? No, because I just feel like there's so little knowledge in her actual game. HHH is the most forgettable season from the 30s.
The things I have felt,
Potentially.
tasted.
Like I like HHH, but in terms of like forgettable, probably. Because if we're looking at every season from the 30s, I feel like there's like something that stands out about everyone. Like where like Second Chance is obviously Second Chance. I mean, Co Wrong, I think you can like have up there. I think Co Wrong and HHH are probably the two, but then like Miller's Gen X is obviously like well known for being this like super strategic season. Game Changers is like clusterfuck of an all-star season. Ghost Island has the first ever tie. Dave vs. Goliath is obviously looked at as a very strong season. Edge of Extinction has Edge of Extinction. 39 has the Dan stuff, and then Winners at War. I guess that's not the 30s, but either way. So yeah, like I feel like HHH and Co Wrong are probably the two. Super. I mean, HHH still has like the Ben stuff. So like, I would actually probably say maybe Co Wrong, but then Co Wrong also has like the Michelle Aubrey debate, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I actually, yeah, I would say IOI is actually the most forgettable if it wasn't for the Dan situation. Because to be honest, I forget at points that Boston Rob and Sandra are even on that season.
Forgive me, noble one. I sought only the dream. Have you lost already?
Worlds Apart's forgettable, kind of. I feel like it's a season that like should have been very memorable, but I feel like yeah, maybe nowadays it's probably pretty forgettable just because like Mike never came back, Carolyn never came back, and I feel like that definitely changes up the legacy of the season. Where like, at the time, it's like Worlds Apart was pretty notable. Obviously, it was like the first time someone ever like truly won out, especially from like way back. Like Mike pretty much went out from the final 9 on. Like that's kind of insane. And like there are like a lot of big characters on Worlds Apart. Mind you, a lot of them are more unlikable characters, but it's a lot of big characters. But yeah, it's like the fact that almost none of them come back. Really, Joe is the person that comes back the most from that season. Like it's so weird where it's like it's Joe that comes back. Then you have Shireen, who is a big character, but then like also has like a really terrible run on Second Chance. And then you have Haley and Sierra, two of the more like less notable figures from the cast, come back. So
Where are Claudia and Maria?
forget the IOI even with Dan stuff. Yeah, I mean, again, I think IOI is actually probably still in contention there.
What?
When I think of Co Wrong, you think of Medivacs? Yeah, I guess you can.
And I am
Yeah, I think Medivacs and then Michelle Aubrey.
Like a
Debate, I think, are like the two things that come to mind. And then like Scott and Jason being like these massive villains.
It's about time.
Does Devon make the list? No. But again, is she an honorable mention? I don't remember. I know for sure she's at least an honorable mention for the worst to make jury. If not even on the... I don't really remember the list at this point for that video, to be honest. I think she might only be an honorable mention even for that video, though. I'm trying to find it. It's funny, like, that video is not... Like, I made that, like, a little bit more than a month ago. And I already have, like, no memory of that video. Yeah, she's not on the top 10. But yeah, she's an honorable mention. Yeah, top 10 is, it's an interesting list. It's, again, a lot more modern, yet there... Actually, no, it isn't, actually. I mean, like, it's, like, the top people are a lot modern, but there's, like, a decent amount of old school, I guess, on there. Did I consider Josh for worst Big Brother player? No. It's not even close. Yeah, he's one of the worst Big Brother winners in terms of a player, but he's not one of the worst players. Is Rodney a top 50 player? Probably not. Top 100, maybe. But I doubt he makes top 50. And to be honest, I even doubt, like, does he actually make top 100? He's probably, like, on the border. Because, like, realistically, I think I think Worlds Apart is probably one of his better showings. Or I think that's probably, like, the, like, top of his actual potential in the game. Where, like, I can't really imagine him playing much better of a game than that. I forgot about that we don't have any, places renovated. Actually, I forgot about that. I'm gonna need to do a Borgia Tower eventually, aren't I? What sequence? This is sequence 6, right? So we should be fine for now. Is there not a blacksmith anywhere? So I wanna upgrade my armor and shit. I'm gonna assume Victoria is top 10 to make the jury. I mean, I'm not including BBCAN in that video. But if I was including BBCAN, probably? Like, if I make it, at least I should say, if I make a video specifically about BBCAN, she would probably make the top 10. I don't know if she would even make top 10 combining the two. Should I do a Borgia Tower now? There's not really one that close, though. Whatever. Let's do the mission. Surya Parvati? Pretty much back-to-back to me. I think, based on the games that they played, I probably have less holes with Suri, but overall as a player, I'm probably, like, slightly higher on Parvati. But again, like, they're 4 and 5 on my player ranking. Like, I think if Suri had won Micronesia, then I think Suri would, like, for sure be... I mean, to be fair, at that point, Parvati isn't a winner, and I think that also greatly changes things. Breaking Jeff Probst's runner-up rankings? I don't think so. The problem is that, at that point, there's not nearly as much information out there. And also, it's like, that's also a big video. That, like, I don't know if I care enough to make that big of a video for a topic that's so arbitrary. Oh, Victoria from 16 we're talking about. I don't think Victoria makes the list. Actually, I should say, I know she doesn't make the list. She's honorable mention. Because I talked about this before with Big Brother. Like, to me, the worst of the worst Big Brother players are players that will actively sabotage their games at, like, every opportunity. To where, like, with Victoria, it's like she's bad because she's so passive in the game. But it's like her passiveness is still, like, to me, better than, like, something like what a Frenchie-style player would do. Or, like, what a Devon-style player would do. So, like, I think she ended up being, like, around the, like, 11 to 15 spot. So, like, she didn't actually make the top 10. Ryan Akins would have, it's Ryan Aiken, right? Either way. Would have made the list if it wasn't for the fact that, like, some out-of-the-game stuff affected his boot. Where, like, he is a person that, like, on paper, like, yeah, I mean, he's a pretty bad player in the sense that he is the first boot. Despite the fact that he is this, like, really fit, young guy that should be like typically, especially at that point in Survivor, should be like the person that's like kind of leading their tribe. Mind you, he gets kind of unlucky in the fact that he is on a men versus women season where his entire tribe is like filled with people like him, and if not, then like also it's like you have the Rogers and Butch like kind of contingent like being the leaders of that tribe. Also, like, again, there's pregame stuff that plays into his eventual boot, where like he was always going to be the first boot from that tribe because of the him like pissing off Roger at Ponderosa, because like what was happening again? I don't even remember what it was. But like something Ryan did in Ponderosa like annoyed Roger to where Roger was like instantly targeting him from the beginning. And like I feel like that's like kind of just like a iffy scenario in terms of assessing him as a player. So like, he doesn't make top 10 largely because of that. Was pointless medevac?
Tell me about their
I mean, like, none really, right? Because like if they're medevac, they're obviously medevac for a reason. Like I would say like probably like the Eric one is probably like the most like confusing one, where like he was like fine like a few hours later. So like that's like kind of shit that he was medevac, where it's like obviously he was so close to the end as well. But like I mean, if you're medevac from the game, I mean you're medevac for a reason. Like you're medevac because they like legitimately think that you can't make it further in the game. Like it's not like they're gonna medevac someone that's like perfectly fit. Like it's not like they want to medevac people. Yeah, I am surprised that Cole's not on CBS Challenge, especially once Desi got on. But like that was the one thing with Desi for me that I was a bit like, I don't know if Desi's gonna make it because like it's a bit further back at this point. Where again, like this is a relatively like recent grouping of people. So like again, like once Desi was on there, yeah, you would think that Cole would have been on there considering he's always been in the running for challenge seasons. Actually, to be honest, also like Mark Jansen is another one that I'm kind of surprised isn't on there. I haven't seen anything about Mike Holloway being on the challenge. I'd be really interested in it though. Like I'd be more interested in Mike Holloway than Ben. By the way, that was the thing with Caffeine Confessionals that I watched. Like he was like super low on Ben, talking about how Ben was always terrible in challenges. Like Ben was never fucking terrible in challenges. He never wins immunity, but he's always like second place in like almost every immunity challenge. Like Ben is not terrible in challenges. Why is he not countering? What? I think the game glitched to where it's not like fully playing out the counters. Whatever. Why does CBS always choose Ben over Mike? I don't know actually. I guess like I mean I think part of it is Ben is more recent, but also I feel like Ben is like a much more blatant like character, where like he is the like former military cowboy. Where like Mike is like not really like as defined as of a character. Well, like Mike's just like I guess blue collar, like guy that's good at challenges. I guess. Well, like I feel like I feel like Ben is a lot more like defined as a like a casting archetype. I guess. I just realized I'm not even doing the mission. I'm just a fucking idiot. I mean, the thing is, like, I think Mike was more popular overall during his winning season than Ben was during HHH. Or again, like, I mean, by the end of the season, like, Mike was pretty much the only likable person on that season. To where, like, I guess, like, some people liked Carolyn, but, like, most of the fan base, like, did not like, the cast of Worlds Apart. Well, with HHH, it's like obviously like people loved Chrissy and Devin and oh fuck off, that didn't work. I'm probably gonna die here. Yeah. Oh, I mean that part is true. Ben did give up his game because he didn't want to be embarrassed. That's part of it. I mean, like it's like obviously more nuanced than that, but I mean like that part of it's like somewhat true. Where like Ben gives up his game on Winners at War, not necessarily exactly because like he doesn't want to be embarrassed, but more so because like he knows that he's gonna lose. like, he's gonna lose a jury vote, so at that point he's like, oh, fuck off. Are you so serious? Like, so, again, like, I'm pretty sure the game's glitched, because it's not letting me counter. Again, like, it's like playing half the counter animation, but then, like, glitching out on the second half. Wait, fuck is it? There. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that's, like, that inaccurate of the description. It's just, I think it's, like, completely negating, like, the mental health effects that Survivor puts on you, but, I think it's kind of partially true. Yeah, also, yeah, I think, like, Ben got more negative of an edit than Mike did. Well, like, I feel like with, oh, fuck off. Like, while both, like, had, like, slivers of negativity at points, like, I feel like Ben's was a lot more blatant. Specifically in, like, the early merge section of the game. Where, like, that's where, like, the one point where, like, people started to, be a bit lower on Ben's winning chances, were because of his, like, much more negative merge stretch. Or, like, I don't think Mike ever has that true negativity. It's like, yeah, he is, like, he has the Final 9 round where, like, people are constantly talking about, like, what a selfish move Mike made and all that sort of stuff, but I don't think it ever came off as, like, oh, he's actually a bad person. Where, like, I feel like that kind of, like, seeps into, Ben's edit a bit. Why does Sarah hate Tyson? Does Sarah hate Tyson? I know Sarah hates Boston Rob. I know Boston Rob hates Sarah. But I'm not fully aware of any Sarah Tyson feud. What do you think of the episode of Blood vs. Water? I mean, it's kind of fine. Oh, yeah, I have to kill the ones outside. Like, I mean, I did think that Sam was actually going home for a while of the episode.
Signals from the field.
Yeah, it wasn't until, like, the, like, final few minutes before Tribal that I was like, okay, Benji's probably going home.
You must learn how to speak French. It would mask your barbaric.
Is Ben shown to be a dickhead to Christian Ryan? Again, I think that part of it is like, that's actually like them trying to prop him up a bit. Like, his negativity mostly comes from the early merge where he's was it during the was it the Cole Tribal, was it? Like, they're talking about him as like King Arthur and that sort of stuff, and that he's like dominating the tribe, like dominating as in a bad way, like the tribe. Like, he's like a domineering figure.
Calm down for your wife's sake. You know my terms. Enter my camp unarmed at dawn.
My family members stick on my videos and channel. I don't know.
And practice your
I know my mom subscribed to me, and then I know she told like her like friends to subscribe, which I really didn't want her to do. But in terms of the actual videos themselves, they don't fucking watch it, I don't think. Or at least not actually pay attention to watching it. Oh yeah, Ben said is negative during Winners at War for sure, but I'm more so talking about during the course of their winning seasons. Because obviously Ben was picked over Mike even in Winners at War. And to be fair, JT was picked over Mike in Game Changers, which is also a questionable decision. Was I surprised by the KJ boot? Not really. By the time it happened, like, I talked about this earlier in stream that like, to me it's like I during the Jordy and KJ talk, they specifically subtitled them saying that that we're happy to go home after Sam and whatever or after Sam goes home or something like that. And it's like, that made me think, okay, I think I think Jordy and KJ are probably going out back to back. It's just that I thought Sam was going to be booted this episode, and then, like, next episode would be Jordy, and then it would be KJ. But instead, it was both in this episode. So, like, once Jordy went home in this episode, I was like, okay, I think KJ's going home then. Because I feel like that was, like, the only explanation for what the second vote would even be.
Maybe this is the end.
I think Ben was Jeff's winner pick for 40. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Danny.
And hope that coward spares
He,
alive.
pretty sure he said it was Danny.
What did I say?
Call your men back to the barracks. I will explain there.
Do I think it was impossible to edit Winners at War properly? Yes, because of the format.
Fall back!
I think if they didn't use the shitty format that they used, then no. But like, I think because they used the Edge of Extinction and then the fire tokens and that sort of stuff, then yeah. But that was their own fault for doing so. Top 6 amazing racing? I don't fucking know. What? Colin, Myrna, Colin, Christy, Charlotte, and Myrna. At that point, I don't fucking know. Chip and Kim, Flo and Zach. Yeah, I have no clue. Will my opinions of Survivor Big Brother players be impacted by a challenge performance? Probably not. Not as Big Brother or Survivor players, at least. Maybe as characters, potentially.
So,
and I really think in that sense it'll probably only be for the positive too.
Once inside.
Like I don't think I think if someone comes off as boring on the challenge, I'm not going to like negate them as like a Survivor Big Brother character. But then the other way around, if they're more interesting on the challenge, then I think maybe they could be more interesting as a character on the other shows. What do you think they'll do in Purgatory? I mean, like, I'm wondering, like, how long is it going to go for? Like, I'm wondering, like, are we doing full-blown Edge of Extinction, where, like, are we waiting till, like, Final 5 or so to bring someone back? Or is it going to be, like, now? Like, I mean, like, not, we know it's not this next episode, but, like, the episode after that or so. I guess we'll have to see. Do I like Jordy as an underdog? I mean, it's fine. Like, I always thought he was getting this, like, Benji sort of edit. Which, like, was kind of true, except for the fact that he didn't get Sam out. Which, again, was why I was thinking Sam was going to go here. Because I was thinking he was getting his Benji edit of, like, oh, Sam's his big target. He gets Sam out, and then he goes immediately afterwards. But then he doesn't even get that part of it. So, I don't know. He's fine. I mean, he's the best the season has at this point, as of an underdog, so whatever. If Natalie wasn't on 40, do I think people on the Challenge Double Agents would forget who she is and underestimate her? I mean, like, would she even be cast on Double Agents if she was on 40? But yeah, I think she definitely wouldn't have had, like, the threat level coming into... I mean, she probably would just because, like, yeah, I think Survivor just in general is targeted quite a bit on the challenge. Because they view Survivor as, like, this really, like, scheming, manipulative game. But I think outside of the Survivor target, then I don't think she would have been looked at as like that much of a physical threat off the bat. I was trying to double. I mean, she already had a massive target on her back coming into it. And both from her being a Survivor player and also, like, she was already looked at as, like, one of the more physical people. And I think a lot of people looked at her as, like, oh, the challenge beast from Survivor. And I think a lot of that was because, like, she was perceived as that on Edge of Extinction, which, like, isn't even really the case. I mean, she barely wins the Edge of Extinction duel. And a lot of that was because she had, like, every single advantage. Which she garnered through getting fire tokens, which I wouldn't necessarily say that's like physical game outside of like the actual physical tasks, which even then like aren't like that like overly impressive. And then like she wins one immunity? She wins final immunity and that's it, right? So it's like she wasn't even that impressive physically on Survivor, but like I feel like that's like what people looked at her as though. Of this like through Survivor 40, it's like this big physical threat. Do you think it's obnoxious that the confessionals are just Jordy, Mark, and Sam? I mean, in what way? Like, I think that's Australian Survivor. And to be honest, it's not even, like, Mark's not even getting that much content anymore. Or really, I should say, this episode, he didn't get that much content. He really only got one confessional, right? And that was about, talking about Sam's, idol. which also was not a great look, which is why I do think this is like overall like a net negative for Mark's winning chances, even though I still think Mark's winning. Which game is better? Dan BB14, Dr. Will BB7. Better, and like Will was much closer to winning, but I also think did more actively wrong to cause his loss than Dan did in 14. Where like I think Dan was never winning 14, no matter what he did, but did like a pretty masterful job at getting himself to the end. While like Will was probably always going to win BB7 if he gets to the end, but like made major missteps along the way to get himself to the end. Well, I mean, really one major misstep. Well, I mean, I guess not one misstep, but like one like round's worth of mistakes, I guess. So like I think Will did more actively wrong, but also had more winning chances than Dan. But like I would personally say probably Dan 14 is better for what I look for in a Big Brother game. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily argue with anyone that says the other way around. God damn it, I did the same thing again. Oh, you watched the Uncharted movie? How'd that go? Oh yeah, I didn't talk about that. I did watch Scream. That's something I did watch the other day. Because it's free on Paramount Plus now. So I was like, fuck it, whatever, I'll watch it. It was good. Again, it's like super fucking meta, which I guess that's what you kind of would expect from Scream at this point. Yeah, I thought it was solid. Feels like Juicy Dave, Chrissy, and Michelle are gonna get pagonged. I don't think so. Again, I would be pretty surprised if Sam doesn't go home tomorrow. Or not go home, but like go to purgatory, I should say. Fuck. Yeah, like, I think Sam's probably on her way out based on her edit the last few episodes that's got more and more negative. Yeah, the fact that we got this confessional from Michelle this episode, talking about how Sam crossed the moral lines with what she did to Jesse, I think is really a major indication of she's not winning this season. Like, they would not show that if she was winning this season, I feel like. Should I do this? Wait, actually... Let's see. Well, okay, well, cool. What level is this? Doesn't it tell you what level it is? Oh, there it is. 3? Alright, we'll do that one, I think. Are Kai and Kiefer top 10 BBCAN players? Kiefer's not, for sure. I think I said Ty was like maybe 10 or maybe 11, if I remember right. Like, I think he's like around that spot where he's bordering on the list. A try was better than you expected. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I expected it to be a fine, like, Hollywood blockbuster movie, but just like a pretty bad Uncharted movie in terms of like sticking true to what the like video game series is revolved around. Is he a coward? No, right? Fuck off! Whatever. I think we still have it. Okay, can you kill him? He's like right there. What the fuck? Come on. Okay, well. Met Nyanka at a Marshall store? That's random. This could easily backfire me. Because if my recruits die here, then this is like entirely pointless. Oh my fucking god, die! How is he not dead?
They did not enough bloodshed.
Alright, whatever.
Good
enough.
With honor. Don't let him get away.
To watch Angel Cake Entertainment? No. I think I've only watched one of his videos, and that was like he did a challenge, kind of season rank. Like he did like a challenge tier list, and I watched that, but I haven't watched any of his other videos. Fuck off! I actually lost, but alright, whatever. Fuck off. Well, this is kind of shit. Oh, and I still have potions back? I'm kind of fucked then. I'll stand strong on the fact that Nyanka is one of the best Survivor characters of all time. I agree. Well, this is disastrous at this point. Okay, well, I mean... I really need to upgrade my equipment. Okay, cool. Come on, attack me. God damn it. Well, should I just die? I think I'd rather just die at this point. Would I make a Patreon? Probably, if I actually thought it would, like, do that well, but I'm not really, like, I don't think it would. And I don't, like, feel like it's worth the actual work that I would have to put into it. Well, that was kind of shit. Whatever, we'll just do the mission, I guess. How long is the UK Panama retrospective? I think 50 minutes. I think it's like 50 minutes, like 16 seconds, stuff like that. Which is way longer than a retrospective of UK Panama should be. Actually, let's look it up just to make sure. Yeah, 50 minutes, 28 seconds. Is that something? Which, yeah, that'll be out on Wednesday. Okay. Good enough. Like, what is going on? Whatever. Oh, okay. I think I understand. Whatever. Probably wish that video had to be 30 minutes the longest. Yeah. And really, that's me with most videos at this point. I still can't believe my Horizon retrospective, despite how much I cut out, still ended up being 35 minutes. I literally cut out like 60% of the recording, I think, stuff like that. Yeah, it's still fucking 35 minutes. Which makes me worry, like, how long is the, like, when I actually do the, like, in-depth retrospective, like, how long is that gonna be? When, like, this, like, less, like, in-depth video is already 35 minutes? Because, like, the first 10 minutes is talking about gameplay. And so that means, like, 25 minutes of it is actually, like, the more narrative-focused, like, part of the retrospective, which is, or part of the review, which is pretty much going to be the retrospective. I don't think I'm going to bother doing, like, I think I'm going to focus almost entirely on narrative when I do the retrospective. Because, like, really, it's, like, gameplay, it's, like, I kind of already talked about it in that video. Like, in the spoiler review. While there's, like, definitely things I could bring up, because I did cut some stuff out. It's, like, also, it's, like, I don't really care that much to talk about, like the change in the health system and, like, that sort of stuff. It's, like, whatever. Like, while I can, like, there's obviously things I can say about it, it's like, to me, it's not the most important thing that I personally want to be talking about. Because, like, I think just in terms of narrative analysis, like, I can do over an hour-long video on that. Or, like, even when, like, not even from the stuff that I cut out of the video, but even from, like, just thinking about, like, the narrative and everything, like, there's so much more I could have said about, like, how well they handle Aloy's character. What am I doing here? You think Tom Holland's great as Nathan Drake? I've heard the complete opposite. I feel like what I've heard is, like, that's the worst part of the movie, is that Tom Holland is nothing like Nathan Drake. Which, I mean, like, I know a lot of people were, like, very upset at his casting at first, which is, like, like, I've never been, like, I wasn't that upset when he got cast initially, especially because, like, I felt like he did fit a younger Nathan Drake. Like, I could definitely see where, that comes from. I think the problem now is that Tom Holland is so synonymous with, actually, should we do this? Yeah, we'll do this one. But yeah, Tom Holland is so, like, synonymous with Peter Parker at this point. I feel like that's always going to play a factor into people's opinions of his roles. Hey, Santana World? First time chatter. How high do I think Devin would be on a winner ranking had he won Winners at War? Or not Winners at War, HHH. He would probably be... maybe bottom top tier. So, I mean, I think, like, somewhere around, like, the 15-ish range, I would guess. I mean, like, it's a pretty strong game as a whole. It's, like, it's a very strong game in terms of positioning. The issue in terms of, like, putting him higher on the list would be that he's not out in front, in terms of he's not, like, actively the one making calls throughout the game. It's just that he's the one that's, like, in the best position throughout the entire game. To the point where that's why he's number one in the final juror ranking, is that, despite how well positioned he was in the game, I think it's the fact that he was so well positioned, but gets kind of screwed over by the introduction of the forced fire making. But, like, I think if we're talking about him as a winner, in comparison to the other winners, I feel like there's other winners that obviously have a lot more control over how the game played out than Devin did, where, like, Devin, like, was benefited by things that happened throughout the game. And it was always, like, in the majority for the majority of the game, but, like, very rarely actually led the charge in what was going on. So, like, he would still be a highly ranked winner, but, like, just not above a lot of the people that had more agency in the actual vote-offs across the season. How strategic is $1 Million Baby going to be? Probably not. Like, I think it'll be a baseline level of strategic. I don't know if it's going to be, like, it's not going to be on Survivor levels right away, I don't think. But I think it'll be, like, above where, like, Borneo was. Like, I think it'll probably be, like, I think it'll be probably basic strategy. Obviously basic alliances, maybe people, like, trying to, like, undermine their threat level and that sort of thing, but, like, I don't know how really top tier strategy we're really going to say. Did I say $1 Million Baby? Is that what I said? Well, $1 Million Island. Fuck me. Again, that's why I'm saying, like, when I'm recording my videos, that is why it takes me forever to record my videos. Is because I'm just a terrible speaker. Did I say that Rogan wants to come back? That's not surprising. I don't think he's high on the priority list for MTV, though. Would I say Ryan is the decision maker on the original Hustlers? Not particularly. I think that's, like... I think there's a lot of... What? What just happened there? Oh, is it because I got detected? Wait, how'd they get detected? Whatever. But yeah, what was it? Ryan. Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of shared credit with Devin and Ryan, initially on the Hustlers tribe. I'm more so talking about, like, post-merge is where I feel like he's probably, like, a bit more in the background. Is Wendell a top 10 player? I think he's borderline. He's, like, fucking glitching through. I don't think he makes top 10. But he's like around that. Like, he's definitely top 20, I feel like. As a Big Brother grouping, when talking about Survivor people, again, doesn't surprise me. I mean, there's times where like I notice it in the video and I just don't care enough to like redo it. But then there's like times like that. I don't even think I remember that one. So. And there's like times where like I realize that like I pronounced something wrong. That's another thing that I just don't bother redoing it or anything. Did Lauren have any sway on the Hustlers tribe? I don't think so. I think she was at the mercy of Ryan and Devin. Like, I think Ryan and Devin were the core on that tribe, and then they were like kind of using Allie as a number.
That lazy inbred can't see the battlefield. Whatever the French may think, Cesare intends to be king.
Do I mess up my intro? Like, what part? Like, not the initial part, but, like, there's times where, like, I mess up, like the Alright Guys We Live Here back with a new video, like, that part I don't mess up. But then I mess up, like, what I'm trying to say after that, to the point where I'm just like, okay, fuck it, let's just start over. Oh, well, that's perfect. I'm an idiot. I didn't have the hidden blades up. You think people are being harsh on it? I mean, I'll eventually watch it. The Uncharted movie.
We must follow the patrol route. We cannot deviate or the Duke's men will know something.
Yeah, I've also, the Sully thing is also a major sticking point there. Really, it just like to me, it just seems like on the offset that like casting was not the greatest, but in terms of like the overall like vibe of the movie, it's like not terrible. And since it is still this like treasure hunting like adventure. Oh, there we go. Ever read a round out of order on season review? No. Anyway, with season reviews, I have a full-blown script. Oh, I'm an idiot. Fuck off! Are you serious? Whatever. Killed the wrong person. Did Xander decline the CBS challenge? I don't know. I feel like he's got to have, right? Like, I would be very surprised if he said yes and they didn't put him on.
Cannot deviate or the Duke's men will know
But
something
yeah,
is
who
wrong.
really knows right now?
Cesare will allow the French to rule Italy. He's so blinded by the trickle of royalty in his
And really, it's
blood,
like, again, like the videos that I make a lot more major mistakes on are the videos I don't have scripts for, which are like 80-90% of videos at this point. Because like with the videos I have scripts, like I obviously like I have a script right in front of me, so like and while like there are points where I definitely mess up here and there, it's like for the most part it's like it definitely helps with the recording process. But when I don't have a script, then that's where a lot of the mistakes come. And also causes the bloated recording lengths. There we go. How's Sydney not on? I mean, I don't think CBS likes Sydney. To be honest, I don't think, like, Sydney not being on CBS challenge is not that big of a surprise to me. But, like, I feel like she fits the MTV show quite well. But again, like, the thing is, like, who casted the challenge CBS? That's what I want to know. Like, did MTV cast it, or did CBS? Because if it's CBS, then it makes a lot of sense why Sydney's not there. And what makes a lot, like, some of the casting decisions are a bit more, like, they make more sense. But, yeah, like, I do wonder, like, who did the casting? Yeah, I don't get your hatred of Ozza. Like, I mean, yeah, I don't dislike Ozza as a person.
Over here, Ezio! Help me with this!
Do I think Russell would do the challenge? I think he would do it. I don't think they want him. Is the same people that cast the challenge? That's interesting. Basically, like we know it's the same production team that does the main challenge that is doing the CBS spin-off, but I do wonder how much say CBS had, because obviously it's going to be on CBS. So, like, I would assume that CBS had, like, the final say on who makes the cast. Actually, I didn't even pay attention. Like, is the diversity mandate in place? Like, did they do 50-50 at least? I'm sure they did, right? I didn't actually pay attention to that. But I would assume they did, right?
Stop before they attack us.
That's like I'll get screen again. Yeah, I think CBS definitely had had the final say on who makes it and who doesn't. What makes it weird is which makes it weird as to why the MTV cast is so bad. Again, like, to a degree. Again, like, I think MTV... I just wonder, like, what MTV's, like, how they view the challenge at this point in terms of its casting. Like, it's just really bizarre to me. But, like, I just think they don't... because, like, again, like, to me, it's like, which one is it? Is it MTV as, like, the network that's, like, making the terrible decisions? Or is it, like, the actual production team that's making the terrible decisions? Or is it both?
What part of France are you from?
They casted Tommy. I will say, again, having just rewatched the first few episodes of Spies, Lies, and Allies, Tommy's not as bad. Tommy's not terrible as a like he doesn't have that many confessionals, but the confessionals he does have are, like, fine. Like, it's not like he's, like, completely boring on Spies, Lies, and Allies. It's just that also, like, he probably shouldn't have been cast to begin with. There's, like, 60% POC. Is it really that much? Or 65%? Either way. Yeah, I didn't realize that. How far into the stream are we? 2 hours, 17 minutes? So, happy to see that my internet's holding up. He's gonna... was a bit worried coming in. MTV fans get mad that there's more CBS International than MTV, but at the same time, they say the MTV show sucks now. I mean, I think the issue is that, I think the bigger issue is, like, who they're casting more so than where they're from. Because, like, in terms of, like, having MTV people, it's like you can't really, because, like, MTV doesn't make shows anymore. Like, there's no shows to cast from MTV. So, like, you have to branch out. The problem is that they're branching out to people that no one cares about.
How dare you?
And people that just aren't in line with what the challenge used to be, and through that are, like, kind of changing what the challenge is.
Why don't you grow up and release my
Well,
wife?
to me, like, I really feel like this is a very recent change. Again, through rewatching all the seasons, like, I really feel like the change in the challenge to be, like, fully embracing, like, this, like, America's fifth sport, like, element of the show. Like, I feel like that is a very recent change. Where, like, I feel like Total Madness is the first season to truly go all in on that. And, like, actually, no, I shouldn't say that. Total Madness is the first season to, like, lean more so in that direction. And then I feel like it is Double Agents that, like, fully goes all in. And then Spies, Lies, and Allies obviously continues that. Like, I feel like it's a very, very recent change. To where I feel like you can debate War of the Worlds, but, like, even War of the Worlds still, like, cares about the reality TV element of it. Where, like, I feel like now they're not even caring that much about the reality TV element of it and caring, like, a lot more about the competitions. How long do I think the fifth sport era will be? Until they, like, it's not possibly forever. I mean, you would think that they would have, like, learned a bit from Spies, Lies, and Allies, and, like, Spies, Lies, and Allies being, like, ratings were down from double agents and whatnot. But, it doesn't seem like that's the case. Considering the fact that they're going further in on it now with the spin-offs. I need to be anonymous? Okay. That's the thing. I love War of the Worlds too. It's still one of my favorite seasons. I had it top 3 before my rewatch. At this point, it's like probably number 4 or 5. But it's still a really good season. Which is funny because, like, I believe it was, like, not well liked at the time. Like, if I remember right, I'm pretty sure, like, people did not like it at the time. But then, like, I think now, like, people have kind of grown appreciation for it. But, like, yeah, like, I always loved it from the first time I watched it. You think the show is solely surviving because of the fact that it wants to rebrand itself as a sports franchise? I think it's surviving because it's casting from, I mean, like, as much as people like to criticize the addition of the CBS people and whatnot, I think that's a lot of what's keeping the show on the air at this point. Where I do think that kind of brought a bigger audience to the show. And I feel like that's probably more of what's keeping it alive at this point.
Respect is earned.
It's kind of like a new set of eyes on the franchise.
I need more time.
Hated War of the Worlds 2 at first, but on a rewatch, it's incredible. The first 4 episodes. Yeah, I mean, the first 4 episodes are really insane. I mean, really, first 5, right? Until the Johnny Bananas boot. Because you have Wes, Laurel, Bananas go out back to back to back. Like, that's a really great stretch of episodes. But it's like a pretty consistent season. Like, even though it's long, like, it's the first season with 90-minute episodes, right? But despite that, I think it's like probably one of the. I think well, it is the best season that has 90-minute episodes. But I think it's also the best one in terms of the pacing across the season. Where I think the other 3 all drag at points. I think all of them, like, really, I think Challenge at this point is like a show that starts off really strong. Where, like, the first, like, I don't know, like 5-6 episodes are usually decent. But then, like, it just goes downhill. But I feel like, you know, World of Worlds 2, I think, even though, yeah, it's not, like, the back, like, half isn't as strong as the first half, like, I still think it's a pretty strong season. Like, it still, like, stays pretty consistent. After the drop off, I guess. More so, I don't think we'd be getting such an aggressive expansion with War of the Worlds if it wasn't for them wanting their own A&W. I don't think A&W is... Like, A&W is also trying to... Like, I think they're trying to do a similar thing to what A&W is trying to do. And to be fair, I think A&W probably succeeds at it more in the fact that at least, like, people actually do look at Ninja as, like, a bit of a sport. Like, there actually are Ninja gyms, and there are people that actually... Like, there's a World Championship and whatnot. There's no fucking Challenge World Championship. There's no... challenge anything. So, like, I think A&W actually does that better. Yeah, I can see you, but again, like, I'm not gonna fucking talk about your Ozza stuff. I really don't care. Jordan Torrey saved World Wars 2 after the Johnny boot. Yeah, I think a lot of it. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of the like they're obviously the opposition for Paulie and Kara. Where, like, without them being, like, the foils to Paulie and Kara, then, yeah, there's not really, then it would just be kind of like a boring steamroll. Angel Cake's tier list sucks. I remember not agreeing with it when I watched it, but I haven't watched it since, like, when I first got into the challenge. I'll be so much lower on World Wars 2 if Kara's cult wins. I would agree. But yeah, I think that's a major part of why I enjoyed the season by the end of it, is because it's a really interesting storyline. Where, again, like, if Kara's cult wins, and, like, I mean, it's impressive from a gameplay perspective. If they're able to dominate their season strategically in that way, and then also win the season, it would have been a very impressive season for Kara and Paulie. But then, I think from a storytelling standpoint, especially when Paula and Kari are portrayed as, like, the main antagonists of the season, I feel like it makes it a lot better for them to lose. And really, like, just in general, again, people hate Paulie, obviously, but, like, I fucking love Paulie's arc across the challenge, like, because, like, again, he's not a likable figure, but, like, it's like seeing his, like, downfall in all of the seasons. It's just hilarious. Jordan from AU has a cameo. Oh, thank God. What are my Survivor power rankings? Well, I mean, I already talked about it, right? So in terms of Edgic and stuff, it's like, what, Mike, Jenny, Marianne. In terms of actual gameplay, to be fair, like, I don't even think I really can right now. Like, there's so little to go off of. Where we've pretty much seen nothing of Taku on the actual episode. We saw very little of what's the other tribe? Not Ika, but the other one, the Green Tribe. But we've, like, seen pretty little of that one in terms of, like, we know the duos, but we don't know who has the like, what the hierarchy of those duos are. Even though I suspect it is Mike and Jenny on the bottom, but we'll see. And then yeah, Ika, I mean, who knows? Like, I would say Romeo is probably, seems like the best position, but, like, also, like, not, considering he didn't get his way, and also, like, he is, like, probably the weakest person on that tribe physically. So, you have Tori, who, like, I suspect to be one of the next boots. I'd be very surprised if she's not a relatively early boot. Or she, I mean, like, again, like, I think we're kind of in a similar position to where we were with Sydney, where I always expected Sydney to be a relatively early boot, and if not, then eventually the merge boot. I think that's kind of what I'm thinking of Tori, where I think she's either probably the merge boot, or she's probably, like one of the next few boots. I don't see her making it much further than that. That, like, Zack and Amanda's downfall? Yeah, it's incredible. I love Final Reckoning as well. To me, Final Reckoning and World Wars 2 are in the same tier. Like, they're back to back. I do think the pacing of Final Reckoning is probably not as strong. But I think there's, like, much higher highs across the entirety of Final Reckoning than there are with World Wars 2. Would I consider Amanda a villain? Yes. I think she's clearly a villain. Well, it's like, is she a villain or is she a massive bitch to everybody? I mean, she's both. And that's what makes her a villain. It's kind of crazy that there's a realistic scenario where Paulie is a 3-time champion. Yeah, it is insane, actually, when you think about it. Like, it's so weird, too, because, like, people keep on discrediting Paulie as a competitor. Yet Paulie is literally almost, like, kind of almost won 3 seasons. Like, he literally almost wins Final Reckoning. To where if it wasn't for Natalie getting lost, like, they'd probably win. Again, like, who knows, like, what ramifications that has on, like, future things. Like, if people use their grenades on them or whatnot, but like in terms of like the final placements, like the time that Natalie lost through her going the wrong way during the run, like lost them the time that it would have taken for them to win. It's like he technically almost wins Final Reckoning. Then World of Worlds, again, I think that one's a bit more hazy, but again, he's definitely like up there with Theo and Turbo coming into that final. Like, I do think, like, in terms of stamina and endurance, I don't know if he's quite on that level, especially with that final that is so, like, physically strenuous. Like, I don't know if Paulie's gonna quite match that, especially considering how we see him handle World of Worlds 2. But, I mean, he definitely would have, like, I think he would have at least made top 5 or so there. And then... what was the other one? World of Worlds 2, yeah, I mean, like, kind of almost wins. Kind of. But yeah, I mean, like, it's still, like, again, it is a very strong set of 3 seasons there. Which is funny considering, like, Final Reckoning, which is the season that he's, like, technically the closest to winning, is one that, like, he played the worst throughout the season. Like, he was, like, out of the game for, like, half the season. More than half the season, right? Then he comes back at the last second, and then, kind of, well, they win, what, 2 dailies in a row, and then they win the final elimination to get to the final. So, like, he's winning everything every round, winning at least one thing every round. Watching him die on World Worlds 2... Yeah, I think that's the thing that I'm talking about. Like, that definitely harms him in terms of, like, I don't think he wins World of Worlds 1, but he definitely would have been a... like, again, like, if he made it to the final there, I think he played, like, the best game up until that point. God damn it. What's going on? Perfect, whatever. Turbo is the one that went turbo, I guess. We've done better than Hunter? I think so. Like, I mean, they're relatively similar, right? But yeah, I suspect he would have done better than Hunter.
And he is performing in a place that don't take.
Is Paulie's strongest BB debut? Probably, right? Who's better? Maybe Fessy? But I mean, like, Paulie's had 3 final, or I mean, 2 final appearances, 1 like almost final. Fessy's had 2 final appearances, and then, well, the DQ. So I mean, I don't know. I think if Fessy comes back 38, gets to the final, possibly wins, then he's probably... oh yeah, Casey. Yeah. It probably is Casey, I guess. The thing is, like, I don't think Casey's like that top tier of a competitor. But she's just, like, really good socially for challenge standards. To where she's able to squeak on by anyway. And, like, she's always, like, in the center of the alliances in the modern day because, like, it's so focused around Big Brother and... it's really, like, Big Brother plus, like, Tori and Devin at this point, right? Like, that's kind of, like, the core of the Challenge alumni group. The reason Hunter and Ashley won is because they were the only ones who used their grenades correctly. Is that why didn't they win pretty much because Paulie and Allie grenaded Joss and Sylvia? Which, I mean, I guess that plays into them, like, being the only ones that use it correctly, but, like, I feel like it was more so, like, other people using them incorrectly that caused them to win, more so than them using it correctly. And to be fair, also, like, technically, Paulie and Allie didn't use it incorrectly, it's just that they, didn't use it in a way that, like, it's like either way they weren't gonna win. Fuck off. kill that one. Is he still in range? I don't know if I can get to him. It's probably gonna desync me. Are Polly and Casey the strongest non-real world road rules players in general? Potentially. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I think like Turbo, Theo. It's like, where do you really rank them? But yeah, I mean, I think they're pretty up there. All right, so this is the mission that doesn't let you until you have more. Yeah, so we need to do some shit here. Yeah, I guess we have to add in "Are you the one?" Like, I think non-MTV. I think that's probably more so what we should say. Okay. Alright, so gotta recruit some people. Caffeine confessionals is shit? No. I mean, like, I think, like, I wouldn't necessarily say shit. I think he's, like, shit in the way that I'm shit. Oh my god. He actually didn't fall. That's the bullshit thing about these some of these recruit missions. They put them on a cliff, and if they fall down the cliff, you fail it.
Blessings upon you, Lord.
That would mean higher than Are You the One? I mean, yeah, I possibly would too. Yeah, like, Kyle's kind of a weird one. Like, I feel like Kyle's such a weird competitor to really assess. Where, like, he never really feels like a top-tier competitor. Actually, do I have enough? No, I don't. But he never, like, feels like a top-tier competitor. But, like, when you look at his, like, record, like, his record is really impressive. Do I need to do another Borgia tower? Oh, well, that's kind of disappointing. What level is this? Level 4, fuck that. Level 3, even that's not great. 5. 4, okay, fuck it, we'll try to do that one, I guess. Fine. Could Josh actually win a final? I don't think so. I think he would need a really good partner. Yeah, having Casey as a partner. I don't even think so then, to be honest. But he's like, I don't think Casey wins most finals she's in. Like, I talked about this in Spies. Actually, I don't even remember if that made the Spies Lies and Allies review. But anyway, it's like, we talked about it around that time. That I don't think Casey's, like, Spies Lies and Allies win is that impressive. From a, like, competitive standpoint. Where it's like, I feel like she wins that final kind of like due to the fact that she sucks so bad in the first half of it. That she gets like she's able to pick like the best partner in CT. And then she's just like fine enough to where she doesn't like mess up anything after getting the best possible partner. Okay, so all I need to do is climb the tower. Josh would win with Jenny? Potentially. That's probably a better scenario. I am probably fucked. Yep, that's what I thought was going to happen. Yep, fuck me. CT got a choice, he probably picks Emmy. I think he picks Tori. I think he definitely picks Tori instead of Emmy. I mean, this is the thing about CT. It's like, CT is like one of the most self-interested players to play the challenge. And, even though he has this like storyline of how close he is to, Emmy, I have no trust in the fact that he's ever going to actually, put that beyond like him having a chance of winning the game. Especially when, like, there isn't much of a out-of-game relationship. I'm gonna die here again. No. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Never mind. I didn't die. I cannot copy my walk. Hey, what a ridiculous fight that was, though. Like the Jordan Turbo fight. What the fuck was that? Whatever. Love to see Paula and Kara versus Leroy and Cam. I mean, I think it'd be interesting, but like, I mean, they're close in real life, right? Or at least Cam and Kara are. It's like, I mean, I feel like if they were on another season, they would just work together. By the way, that is the one thing about Double Agents on the rewatch that I did love. I really love Leroy on Double Agents. That I feel like now, because like at the time that I watched Double Agents the first time, like obviously like throughout a lot of the season, I didn't have the full context of the rest of the series yet, and even by the time I did, like it was kind of like just kind of like I watched the season obviously so sporadically, like in terms of like had the wait a week between episodes. But now watching it all in a row, like I really wish Leroy did win Double Agents. That definitely would have been like the most satisfying outcome there.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
Why did Jordan and Turbo hate each other? Because Turbo kicked the podium, right? Was it a podium? He kicked something after a challenge, right? And that like pissed off Jordan because Jordan is Jordan. I find it so funny that Jordan is like supposed to be the hero of fuck, I need to do another one? Wait, didn't I already do that? Why is it doing it again? But I find it funny that like Jordan's supposed to be the hero of World of Worlds 2, where like Jordan is like one of the most unlikable people to me in the challenge, in the history of the challenge. And it's like it's funny that like he's supposed to be the person you're rooting for on World of Worlds 2. Wish Leroy won most seasons he was on. Yeah, but I feel like Double Agents was really the one that felt like it was his. Like, that was his season. Like, he dominates that season from beginning to end. Like, him and Cam. And to see, especially, like, neither of them win that, I think is, like, really underwhelming. Even though, like, again, CT wins, like, still whatever. It's, like, fine. And then, like, Amber B has, like, a nice story of, like, her being, like, really underestimated throughout the season and her, like, just dominating the final. So, like, that's cool to see. But I still feel like, yeah, it would have been a lot more satisfying to see Leroy, in particular, win that final. Oh, wait. I have enough. I'm a fucking idiot. I didn't pay attention. See, I don't need to do this. That's how you do it to your cousin. Is that what JLP said? I do love the challenge. Where was it? It was one of the earlier challenges. It's like the first one where JLP says King Kong versus Godzilla, or when it was Mark versus Croc, which is still like one of the most ridiculous fucking things. I should wait. I need to go to blacksmith. Actually, I need to buy medicine too. Yeah, let's do this too. Yeah, like that one, like, and during that challenge also, like, he's, like, getting, like, super giddy when, like, the guys are going against each other. Like, he gets, like, so excited when Josh and Jordan are facing off against each other. I just find it hilarious. Fuck off. Not what I meant to do. Yeah, okay, we're good. Amber B's doing it for Darrell, obviously. I love how, like, Amber B, like, seems to, like, really respect Darrell throughout the entire season. Yet, like, Darrell, like, clearly wants to, like, switch partners by the time he goes home. And I find that hilarious.
fancy price.
Where it's like we continuously get the storyline of like Amber B wanting to do it for Darrell, only for like Darrell to want to leave her. Okay, so what should I do here? We probably don't have enough money to do anything like too great. 4 health, that's pretty good. Okay, let's do this one. That's like all my money. This is really all I have to sell. I should have bought the crossbow, actually. Shit. I wasn't paying attention. Should I get this? I guess I'll probably keep the weapons I have. Actually, that is pretty good, though. Fuck it. Let's get that. Is there anything here that we can afford that's better? Alright, let's do that. Love Island AU is apparently worse than Love Island US. Okay. I don't know the fucking difference between any of them. It's funny when I remember that BB16 cast has produced some... Yeah, I mean, it's insane, BB16. Considering, like, how much, like, people didn't... I guess people liked this season at the time, but, like, also, like, obviously people looked at it as, like, the steamroll. But, yeah, I mean, it's provided Derek, Cody, Nicole, 3 winners. 3 pretty strong winners in that case as well. You have, like, great characters along the way. You have, like, Frankie, Donnie, Devin. You have the legend that is Victoria.
Machiavelli has betrayed us. We would both wish to
you have Zach.
the truth is now clear.
Yeah.
Do what needs to be done.
Doing anything about 43 yet? Not particularly. I believe we know that's all newbies. 43 and 44 are both going to be all newbies, but I think outside of that, I don't think we know that much. What Survivor player got booted from my top 10 for Tony and 40? I don't know. I never, like, I didn't have a solid top 10 before that. Like, I didn't really make one. Yeah, like, I didn't really have, like, a solid top players of all time list until then. Like, I made one, like, way back. Of, like, I ranked every player, like, way back. And, again, I tried to find the list and I couldn't find it. But this was, like, probably 5 years ago or so. I think it was around the time of Illusion X or so. But, yeah, like, outside of that, I never actually put together, like, a top 10 list. Until I made the video.
I am asking, not demanding. To unite Italia, I must have every institution under my control.
Yeah, I loved Zach at the time. Like, Zach was... he was my winner pick coming into the season. And then, yeah, again, he was just a really fun, like, underdog sort of presence. But, yeah, he seems like a dick outside the show, though. Oh, I forgot about that, too. That, yeah, Amber... came from BB16. Caleb was on Survivor twice somehow. Yeah, I always forget that Nicole and Victor were on Amazing Race.
Guards, give Micheletto the costume.
Like, for some reason, like, at this point, like, that's completely faded from my mind. And it's so weird, too, because, like, I feel like Nicole and Victor would have been, like, locks for returns at that point. But, like, now I feel like they're probably not going to come back, considering Nicole doesn't seem to be wanting to do reality TV again. And also, I think at this point, like, again, like, I barely remember they were on the show anymore. This is the worst mission in the entire fucking game, by the way. Like, what a shit mission this is. But, let's see if I can get it on the first try. Did Cody and Caleb win Fear? I forgot that was a thing. I never watched it. Is Fessy going to get suspension like Corey, or do you think he's immediately back? I think he's immediately back. But we'll see. Like, if I were to guess, I would say he's back for 38. I think him and Amanda, and I think they want to play up that storyline. But, again, who knows? Yeah, if they're willing to ban, like, soft ban Corey, then I feel like they're definitely willing to ban Fessy. But I don't think they actually will. Did they win? Oh no, it was Brennan and Rachel. I forgot Brennan and Rachel were on there. I should probably watch that at some point. What do I think of Cody preseason BB16? I don't remember. But like, I don't feel like I was like low on. I'm too fair. Like BB16, I was like not super into game just yet. So like by that point, like I definitely didn't have like a full like ranking on like who I thought was gonna do well, who I wasn't, that sort of thing. But I don't think I was like low on Cody. But I don't think I was like particularly high on him either. I know I was low on Derek though, and everyone was low on Derek preseason. Like everyone thought it was a joke that Derek was going to try to pretend he wasn't a cop, and thought that he was going to get caught and all that stuff. Which again is funny now looking back on it. Alright, that wasn't bad.
You follow me to the place.
Corey body slamming Tony is such a random but hilarious moment. Yeah. Because it was, especially because it was like all over pasta. Okay. There we go. Alright, 1 down, 3 to go. Hey, whoever designed this mission needs to be fucking like... I mean, I guess they're probably already fired, realistically. But, yeah, okay, that was dumb. Whatever. Is Priscilla on next season? Yeah, I don't know. I think they liked Priscilla at the time. I just don't know how they feel about her post-show. Because, like, I think you can tell that they liked her at the time, considering, like, how much they propped her up as this underdog, and she gets, like, a pretty big edit. But, yeah, I just don't know, like, how their dealings with her outside the show factor into things. Well, like, she's, like, anti-vax, right? So it's, like, I feel like that might play a factor in her not coming back. Way that Brennan and Rachel haven't been on any other shows. They feel prime for reality TV. Yeah, Rachel in particular. I think Rachel's like perfect reality TV casting. I can't believe she's not on the challenge, by the way. We didn't talk about that. Like, how is Rachel not on the challenge? And Rachel's like someone that like seemingly is willing to do any reality show. So the fact that she's not on the challenge is a big surprise. Because, like, I think that is something that we're kind of missing with this cast, is that there's no real, like, true legendary figures on this challenge cast. Like, unlike with the Amazing Race reality showdown, like, we got, like, Janelle, we got Rachel, we got, Brittany, I guess. But yeah, I mean, you got some people that are, like, legends in their shows. Like, where, like, the best we got here with this challenge cast is, what, Tyson, I guess? Yeah! I mean, like, Tiff, I think, is, like, too recent to be, like, a true legend of the show. Like, I would say, like, Janelle, Rachel, yeah, I don't know who else. Who else would have been, like, kind of realistic? You know, again, we know that Janelle turned it down, but still. I don't think, like, Derek was ever doing it. Even though we know he got the call. Like, I don't think, like, Dan was ever doing the challenge. Fuck this. Heard Cachet. Again, is it... I think I said Sachet, didn't I? It's Cachet, right? Like, I'm pretty sure I said that wrong in my video, but whatever. Yeah, I've heard that she's, like, kind of a controversial figure. But one that is, like, mostly, like, it's someone that's liked by the, like, Twitter audience, at least. So that's something. How? How are they seeing me from up here? Fine. Is it Brittany rumored? I believe she was, like, kind of, and, like, not... I don't think she was rumored by, like, any credible sources, right? But I think she was definitely talked about as someone that could be on.
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play.
They hear Zach blocks Survivor Spencer. That's a shame. What's Survivor Spencer gonna do without being able to see Zach's tweets? Does Zach even, like, I literally have not paid attention to social media for anyone from this season. Like, how prominent are these people on social media? Like, I've seen tweets from, like, Hi and from Lydia, but outside that, I've not, like, seen anything else social media related. Wait, what do you mean? Again, that's what's bullshit about this fucking mission. Failed the full sync even though I did exactly what the full sync said to do, but whatever. Not that it matters. I'm about to fail this, though. Maybe. Fuck off. Tori watches Survivor Spencer? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm surprised to know Lauren O'Connell as well. Because, yeah, she was rumored. Should make a video on Fear Factor episode. Realistically, I probably won't, but I think it would be, like, a fun thing. Like, I would probably do, like, if I were to do it, I would do both of the reality TV Fear Factor ones. So I'll do the, like, old one that does have, what, Fair Play and Twyla and whatnot, and then I'll do the more recent one. Yeah. What do you think of Kyle's nominees? Terrible. I mean, he's, like, putting up his own alliance members. In a position where he was so, like, well-positioned, like, coming into the week, where he had a very clear target that no one would have faulted him for targeting Betty. Yet instead he targets Moose, someone that he knew outside the game. And that was someone that was planning on remaining loyal to Kyle. And also puts up Steph, someone that is, like, a perfect piece on the puzzle or piece on the board, whatever, for him. In the sense that she is, like, part of his, one of his alliances, but also someone that doesn't have any relationships with anyone else. So it's like, where else is she going? And then now he plans on taking out Josh, who again is another person that is in his Savage 7. To be fair, Josh is now targeting him, but again, a lot of that is due to his own doing. So yeah. Kyle's played this week really terribly. Where again, he comes into this week being, along with Gino, the best positioned people in the house. And is now coming out of this week with, like, about half the house wanting to target him. I have no idea why he didn't backdoor Moose. I mean, like, he shouldn't be targeting Moose to begin with. Like, that's the bigger issue. Like, the issue is, like, why are you targeting Moose?
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito? Il tuo costume.
Thoughts on Helena flipping the house? Oh, fuck off. That's some bullshit. He fucking walks right in front. Whatever. I have not seen a lot of it. I have not been paying super close attention to the feeds the last few days. So it's like, I don't know exactly, like, the full workings of what truly, like, I know, like, that, like, the outsiders are kind of grouping together, and, like, Herman is, like Herman, Summer, and Tanisha are, like, flipping and that sort of thing. But I don't exactly know, like, exactly how much credit goes to each person for what's actually going on.
Once you get dressed, you follow me to the play. Capito?
Yeah, I mean, Moose is someone that is a perfect meat shield right now. Oh, fuck off. Did I get... Oh, did I not get the checkpoint? I don't think I got the checkpoint. Whatever. Who doesn't like Zach? I mean, like, Zach's whatever. Like, I'm not a big Zach fan, but I'm also not, like, anti-Zach. Oh, it counted. No, it didn't. Never mind. God damn it. Whatever.
I am much in your debt for your
So we're already 3 hours in the stream, which is not ideal considering I wanted to finish this tonight. But, oh, fuck off.
You'll regret that.
Considering I still have not adjusted to daylight savings time, we might be able to go a bit longer here.
Did you see where he went?
Once you get dressed.
Fine. I mean, this is, I think, probably up there in worst HOHs in BBCAN history, for sure. I think it's possibly even up there for worst HOH ever. I don't know if it is actually number one, because, like, again, he's not coming out of this week, like, the number one target by the entire house. But I think, like, it is a massive fall from grace, where, again, he comes into this week, like, number one, number two best position in the entire game, and is leaving the week with half the house targeting him. I mean, that's really bad. Come on, go in. Do they get close? Okay, that's why.
I was eyeing the chickens in the market.
Are you the only ones who didn't know daylight savings time happened? I didn't know it was going to happen until someone mentioned it last stream.
One of my men will take you to him.
Don't forget, I wear the black shirt. Protect me and wait for pilot call.
Oh fuck! I just realized this section sucks too, doesn't it?
I must get to Pietro before
I should do this undetected. Whatever. Who had the worst HOH of all time? I mean, I think, like, Willie... I mean, the thing, like, I feel like there's a lot of them that are, like, very close as, like, kind of all pretty bad. Like, the Willie, Devins, the other person, Frenchie. You have, like, Bailey's was really bad. I'm sure there's other ones. Can I not climb this? Thank you. What the fuck? Jed had a bad HOH? I mean, yeah. I guess if we're, keeping BBCAN, that's pretty bad. I mean, but, like, it is pretty bad. But it's like, at least he still gets someone out that's, like, against him. At least that's something. Because, like, even though, like, obviously he keeps Kiefer in the game, someone that is this, like, someone that, like, is now actively targeting him when beforehand he was, like, blindly loyal to Jed. It's like, even though that's happening, he still at least gets rid of Tina, who was someone that was also targeting Jed. So, like, at least there's, like, some silver lining to that. Okay, Jessica BB19 is definitely up there. Fessies is... I forgot Fessies. I mean, the thing about Fessies, though, is, like, at the end of the day, like, he was still in a bad position either way. Like, it's kind of one of these, like, it's kind of similar to, like, Devin, where, like, he comes into the round being the biggest target. Like, he's already going home anyway, coming into the round if he doesn't win HOH. And, like, all he is just, like, not benefiting himself coming out of the round. where like he gets rid of his like one of his. I mean, like even with Scotty, he's like he did not have that great a relationship with Scotty. But it's like he gets rid of someone that was like closer to his side than with anyone else, most other people in the house. But I mean, yeah, BB20 had some bad HOHs, and a lot of that's because like level 6 was able to control the game despite not having HOH a lot of the time.
My God! My God!
I think Kayla and Leo will do on the challenge. Not particularly well for either of them, really. Like Leo, I think is one of the smaller guys on the cast. Like I don't think he's gonna do that well. Kayla, like I don't know, maybe she'll do. I think she'll do fine. I don't know how she's gonna do like socially in the game. Like I don't know who she's like automatically gonna align with here. And then like competitively, she seems like kind of like middle tier to me. But like she's like decently athletic, but like I don't think she's like top tier in that aspect either. So, well, that's perfect. I knew that was gonna happen. Oh wow, I actually caught that. Cool. I hate this mission so. I hate so many of the missions in this game. Like even though this is my favorite Assassin's Creed game, it like has very little to do with the actual main story or main like campaign, I guess. Wait. Actually, should I go this? What's so bad about Bailey's HOH? She leaks that she has a power, which through that makes her power fuck off. Well, that's cool. Yeah, she leaks that she has the power to Rachel, which gets spread around the house. She gets rid of Rachel, who was the person that she was the closest to out of the level 6 alliance, or at least her and Casey, I guess. But Rachel is also like one of the more willing people to at least work with with the people outside of level 6. She gets rid of that person. She makes herself the biggest target moving forward in the next round because she has the power. So that way, level 6 knows how to counter it at that point. It's like pretty much her entire week is like setting herself up to be the boot for the next week. Do I think Survivor or Big Brother is more complex? I think Big Brother is by a lot. I think Survivor has become more complex due to all the advantages and the idols and whatnot. But I think the base game of Big Brother is way more complex than the base game of Survivor. And I think what makes Survivor kind of more complex in terms of the gameplay that's currently going on is just because of the current meta of Survivor being one that like embraces the more strategic elements of the show than Big Brother does. Fuck. God damn it. Good enough. Yeah, I mean, like, overall, like, Big Brother is just a much more complicated game. Like, Survivor is a very easy game to... Like, without the introduction of idols and advantages, like, it is a very straightforward game. It's literally just get the majority and vote out the people in the minority. Like, it's a very, like, basic game, while Big Brother is a game that has a lot more mechanics to it with the HOH and that person nominating two people. You have the veto, which I mean, I guess if we're talking about base Big Brother, I guess technically the veto's not involved, but still, it's like with the veto involved, it's like there's the rules on like how the veto players are picked and like how the veto is actually used in the sense that who's safe with the veto and whatnot. Like I feel like there's just like a lot more like basic rules to Big Brother, and also it's like it's a game that requires you to be good with everyone. Well, like Survivor is a game that, again, like if you're without the idols and everything in play, if you're just in the majority, you can steamroll the game from beginning to end. Like there's no power shifts. While with Big Brother, it's a game that is based around power shifts in the sense that every round can have gives a chance to the minority to get power, because through winning HOH they get the sole power to nominate.
This prophet that is dead today, thou grant me his body.
Wikipedia called Kim and Penn the oldest team to win the Amazing Race. I mean, it's true, right? They're the oldest like team average or whatever. Where I think they beat like Chip and Kim by like a year or something. He's like Dave and Connor is like the oldest.
In good faith. If that Centaurian says that
Wait,
he is
that was fuck! How they killed the wrong guy? Whatever. Yeah, like Dave's technically the oldest winner, but like the team as a whole is has a lower average because Connor's so young. Oh, fuck off! I'm doing the entire thing again? Where I rank every Amazing Race winner based on how much I like them? Probably not. Because I don't care enough. I would do Big Brother and Survivor probably, but I wouldn't do Amazing Race.
Ah, Lord God, what heart have you to slay this man that I here see dead, hanging, that never yet did amiss? For surely God's son is he.
And what's funny about Russell calling Rupert a dumbass is that Russell starts working with Rupert immediately after he calls him a dumbass. Because like he says that, I mean, I guess actually it's not that round, it's the next round, right? But either way, like he says that in the Candace boot round, right? But yeah, I mean, like he works with Rupert the very next round to vote out Danielle, and then during Rupert's boot round, he like plays with Rupert the entire time, trying to make him think that he's safe. And actually did plan on blindsiding Parvati alongside Rupert. So it is funny that, yeah, like he calls Rupert a dumbass and whatnot. Yeah, he actually does try to work with Rupert immediately afterwards. And it's actually, like, does work with Rupert immediately afterwards. I will say, I've been watching Will Neff streams on Heroes vs. Villains, and through that, I think I'm a lot higher on Rupert as a player on Heroes vs. Villains. I think people really discredit Rupert quite a bit, but like while Rupert obviously like does have like he does like go along with the JT idol plan and whatnot, like Rupert is like has some of the better reads on the game across that season, particularly like towards the after the merge. Like he's the only person that doesn't trust Russell out of the heroes, and then I think like him like with the Rock and then causing them to split the vote and then putting the votes on Candace, I think that's a pretty good move. I think his like the way he handles Russell through a lot of the post merge is pretty good, to where like especially like during the Danielle vote, I think the way that he's even in his boot round, like I think the way he's able to pacify Russell during those rounds are pretty good. Like I actually feel like I feel like it's a pretty decent game for Rupert there. Actually, I think it's probably his best game, really. Yeah, I've never heard of Will Neff in my entire fucking life until I heard about him streaming about Survivor. Like he's a pretty big streamer. Like I think he's in the 100,000s of Twitch followers. Then he gets like 10,000 viewers a stream. Yeah, he streams reactions and that sort of thing, but he has been doing reactions to Survivor, where he's watching Survivor for the first time. And he recently got to Heroes vs. Villains, so I've been watching those streams. Which again, like, I don't think he gets the game. Like, I think that's something that, like, it's funny because, like, I think he gets in the game in a way that, like, people from Heroes vs. Villains, like, the casual audience from Heroes vs. Villains would have gotten the game. So it's, like, it's kind of, like, interesting to see that perspective as well. Like, I just think in general, like, it's really interesting to see, the perspective of, I'm about to fail this mission, by the way. But of, like, someone watching Heroes vs. Villains for the first time and still having not seen any season afterwards. He did not start from Borneo. I believe he's only watched, like, I think he did, like, a really weird order. I didn't start watching his streams until Samoa. But, the sense that I gauged that, I think he started with, like, Palau. And then he watched, like, random seasons afterwards. Like, I know he watched Pearl Islands. And then I think he watched, like, I don't think he watched Guatemala. But I think he watched every season from 12 to Heroes vs. Villains, with the exception of Gabon. Where, like, he didn't know who Sugar and Randy were. But I think he had watched... Oh, no, he hadn't watched Fiji, I don't think.
Who are you?
But he had watched, like, Panama, Cook Islands. Shit. I thought I could get away with that. I watched China, Micronesia, Tocantins, Samoa, and, now Heroes vs. Villains. I'm interested in seeing, like, where is he gonna go beyond this? Like, I'm interested in seeing, like, because I would be fascinated in seeing him, like, watch an episode of Survivor 41 or 42. I think that would be hilarious.
That pal, Cantarella. Drink this.
Hurry!
He sees the game in black and white. Yeah, like, I don't think he... Like, I don't think he gets the strategy of the game. Where... Yeah, I think he just sees it on, like, a very basic level. And, like, I think he gets the aspect of it being a show. And, like, I think he gets that element of it, at least. But I think from a gameplay perspective, I don't think he gets the show.
Not yet.
Where does this passage lead?
To the north, outside the walls.
Let me through. I must go help the troops.
Should have seen his reaction to Eric Blindside. I think it would be... Yeah, I think it'll be fun. I did see, like, he did have a YouTube video where, like, he, that had his reactions to the Bruce medevac, and I found that hilarious. And, like, his reaction to the, Becky and Sundra fire-making challenge. I mean, he's a casual in the sense that he hasn't watched, like, he literally, from what I understand, has not watched the show outside of the seasons he's watching on stream. And, like, I don't think has, like, analyzed the game in any way, and, like, I don't think he really cares enough to. Just have to do this. But, like, I mean, he's talking about, like, how Russell Hantz is the best player of all time through his Heroes vs. Villains streams. What I do find funny, though, is that he's already, like, super high on Sandra. Like, despite the fact that, like, he's only seen Pearl Island Sandra and, like, is now watching Heroes vs. Villains. I did also find it funny that, like, Parvati calls herself the Queen at multiple points throughout Heroes vs. Villains, and he's, like, really upset that, how, like, why are you calling yourself the Queen and that sort of stuff, and it's like, I'm like, just wait for Sandra. He loves Sandra because she was a Rupert ally. Yeah, he's a big Rupert guy. That is something, too.
You are the traitor, not Machiavelli.
But, yeah.
Long live the Borgia!
Merda.
You mean in a viewer sense, not a newbie sense? Yeah. I mean, I think that's the way he... That's why I said, like, I think the way he interprets the show is in the way that the casual audience did back in the time of Heroes vs. Villains. Where I think even now, I think the casual audience is, like, more game-centric nowadays. Now, I think their perception of the game is still a bit warped. a lot of time, and largely is obviously based around the edit. But I think the audience now like does largely want to reward the game, like at least try to. Where like I feel like he's still in the mold of like he wants the good guys to win and that sort of thing. Yeah, I don't care about full sync. And like has like really like blatant winning interests and that sort of thing.
I have discovered the traitor. What? One of our men. He was at the villa attack.
Yeah, Rotten Death. I did see a lot of that. I mean, I like that. I feel like that was a meme to a degree already in the Survivor community. Like, I feel like that is the thing that people like. I think the Survivor historians. There we go.
Yes.
Did talk about that line.
Come, Niccolo. It has been far too long.
I mean, it is a funny. I mean, like Rupert Pearl Islands is TV gold. I fucking love Rupert. I love Rupert just in general as a character. Like Rupert, like as much as people like bash on Rupert now, I still think Rupert is an incredible TV like character. It's like the way he talks and adds so much gravitas to everything he says. It's just really hilarious to me. 3 hours 20 minutes. I think we're like an hour and a half ish away from finishing the game. I think. So yeah, we'll definitely try to finish the game tonight. I want to look at my Brotherhood playthrough. But am I going to play Dawn of Ragnarok? No. I haven't even played the other Valhalla DLCs. I'm not going to fucking bother playing Dawn of Ragnarok. Really, I'm just as a whole. Like, I think I'm pretty much done with Assassin's Creed in terms of playing new stuff. I mean, like, I think I might try out Rift when that comes out. But outside of that, I'm pretty much done. I still do want to do certain Assassin's Creed videos. In terms of, I still want to do a redo of my series ranking, because I feel like my ranking would be very different now. I also want to do a redo of my DLC ranking at some point, which is funny because like that video has gotten a decent amount of views recently. But I don't agree with a lot of it at this point, so I find that funny. Rupert creeps you out. See that? People watching 39 want Jan to win. I think that's kind of a different circumstance, though. I think 39 is one that really plays into, like obviously with the Dan situation. I think that really warped people's views on who they wanted to win. Where I think because of that, it became like so personal with like how much people didn't like a lot of the people that were actually running the game. So I think that greatly changed things.
You will now be known as Il Mentore, the guardian of our order and our secrets.
Where other men blindly follow the truth, remember,
nothing is through. Actually, I'm looking this up. I actually can finish the game in an hour. Like last playthrough I did of this on my own, I finished it in an hour and 9 minutes from this point. So we'll see if I can do it that quickly. Love Rupert on Amazing Race. Me too. Yeah, great TV. One of the worst Amazing Race teams ever, but great TV.
I was the one who brought you to Roma, and the one who caused the explosion as you fled the Castello. The mercenary who protected you.
This day has been a mess since the Twitter sequestered discourse space. I did see something about that, but I've not looked at what that was.
Well,
further reinforces Audrey being a major fuck up who didn't hold herself accountable. That's the sense that I got.
Why else would I seek the opinion of my
who's the best AC protagonist? That's another video I want to do. I had that on the schedule like March of last year, I think, or maybe it was even 2 years ago. And I just never got around to it.
If you do,
make it short. I find it funny because like in the fucking trailer for the Ezio collection, they changed the line to say if you do Machiavelli, make it short. It's like they changed it for like no reason, but whatever. But yeah, I mean, favorite AC protagonists. I mean, like Edward and Bayek are my two. I mean, like my three are Edward, Bayek, Ezio. Those are my top three. I don't know the order anymore because I think they're all like very different. Like Ezio is one that is great because of his character development over the course of 3 games. Where I think if you take his individual story in any of those 3 games, it does not match up to Bayek or Edward. But because it is 3 games that give him this fully developed like character arc, then that's obviously something that greatly boons him. You have Bayek, who is one of the best, is the best acted of the 3. I think his story is the one that's a lot more personal to his character. It's one that isn't really based around the Assassin Templar conflict, even though he supposedly created assassins. But it's like one that is a very personal story of like this man trying to grieve over the death of his son, and like the amount of emotion that he displays over the course of the story is really incredible, and that's something I love about Bayek. And then with Edward, it's just again another incredible arc with him, like him learning about the Creed, and like really Assassin's Creed 4. It's like it's weird because like it's a game that's after the original Desmond saga, which is like kind of the most important part of Assassin's Creed. But it's also like Assassin's Creed 4 is probably the game that like you outside of Assassin's Creed 1 is probably the one that utilizes the Creed the best. I think a lot of that is because like it's Edward's character develops so much from his recognition of the Creed throughout the game, where he starts off being so dismissive of it, but then through the course of the game, he ends up like realizing that his calling is to be a part of the assassins, and starts to recognize what they're doing. So it's like I think they all have like massive pros. Like if we're talking about like as a character just on a general sense, I would actually probably say Bayek is my favorite. But if we're talking about like from a Assassin's Creed sense, I would probably go Edward, Ezio, Bayek. And obviously Ezio and Edward are interchangeable, really. What am I doing? I'm going the wrong way. God damn it. I'm going to be detected now. Whatever. Bad thing about Trammell and Talisha and Rupert and Laura is they can't be on first boot season. Again, we're not getting a fucking first boot season of The Amazing Race. I think there's like 0.0000001% chance of a Survivor one. There is 0% chance we're ever getting a fucking Amazing Race first boot season. Yeah, I think it is a shame that Kristen McInnes hasn't been on BBCAN, hasn't gotten a real chance on the show. And it sucks because, like, obviously she's a massive fan. Like, while I don't necessarily agree with all of her opinions on the show, it does suck to see someone that, like, is that devoted to the show and kind of gets screwed over by the show and never really getting a proper chance to play the game. It is funny that like now she is like a pretty prominent podcaster for RHAP. But it's like I knew who she was before the BBCAN stuff, like before she was on BBCAN, because like she was a long time like patron of RHAP before that. And I remember because I was a patron at one point. I remember like she was someone that like was a part of the patron cast and whatnot. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's down here. So I was pretty disappointed when she didn't get in. How'd they cancel BBCAN 8? They just told them that, hey, the show, the COVID's going around. We can't finish the show, so you're going home in a day. Everyone cried. They did an episode about it, and that's it. That's pretty much what they did. I mean, I think that, like, I don't know if I could ever watch that episode again. Like, I don't think BBCAN10's obviously not a season that I'm, like, dying to ever rewatch. But, I feel like that... Okay. Well, that's cool. What a masterpiece. Yeah, I think, like, that was, like, one of the most fascinating elements of BBCAN8 in retrospect, is how they handled COVID. And the fact that you can, like, even though it's, like, it sucks to see the season canceled that way, I think it also makes it kind of unique. And I think I talked about that in my Amazing Race review, right? Where, like, I was underwhelmed with how, like, little they focused around COVID. Where, like, to me, that was one of the bigger interesting things about the season, is that coming into it was that we would have this time skip, and we would see these players come back after COVID, and I was hoping we would focus a lot on, like, how these people dealt with COVID and how their lives have changed, but we've really got none of that. Well, like, I feel like BB really focused quite a bit. I mean, obviously, like, they had to. But I feel like that was, like, one of the more interesting things about BBCAN8, was seeing these people find out about COVID and being heartbroken when their show got canceled and whatnot. Always wish they cast Ovi's girlfriend. Yeah, she would be fine. I mean, she did play Sequester. She was on the influencer Sequester with Taryn and Amon, and who else was there? But anyway, I mean, like, I always liked that Sequester mini. And she was fine on it. I mean, she made it pretty far. She got, what, 6th place? Where's it at? Oh, I have to go through the front door. I'm a fucking idiot. I forgot about that. Like, I love how, like, that's the entire point of the last sequence, was to get the key so that you can go through the front door, and I just, like, forgot that you could do that. I just realized, too, I meant to go buy some more supplies before I did this mission, but fuck it at this point. No, I'm the Boston Rob thing, that was a joke. The tweet. It was a tweet making fun of Tom Brady. Because Tom Brady recently came out of retirement, I guess. So, like, his tweet was, like, mocking the Tom Brady announcement.
I don't understand. I ordered a fresh batch of La Cantarella last night.
I am terribly sorry, mia signora. But the Pope has taken it all.
Where is the Pope?
He meets with Cesare.
Strange.
Let's see.
He did not tell me Cesare had returned.
I mean, like, I still think there's a chance for Route 50. I mean, I think 50 is definitely going to be All-Stars. Like, I'd be very, very surprised if 50 or 51 is not some sort of All-Star season. Again, is it going to be Legends? Is it going to be Second Chance 2? Like, what is it going to be? I don't know, but I think we're definitely getting returnees for a season around that time. Again, they could do a Worlds Apart situation where they're like, you thought we were going to do All-Stars for 30, we're not going to do it, but then we'll do it for 31. Oh yeah, you're supposed to go down, right? Yeah, like, I don't think I need to see Boston Rob play again. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Like, I think Boston Rob's, like, really good TV to the point where, like, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing him play any number of times, but I'm also, like, I don't need to see it again. I felt like Winners at War was a nice enough way to say farewell to him, especially because, like, I don't think it's going to go the same way. Like I said with Sandra, that's their trajectory at this point. Like, for her, Boston Rob, and for Parvati, I think that's pretty much and probably, like, Tony. Like, I think that's the way the game's going to go for them almost every time they play now. They're going to do well enough on their initial tribe because they have this massive target on their back, which makes them easy to use as a meat shield. But then, like, once they swap, they're just such a big target that there's no way they're going to make it past it. And even if they do, they're going to be a big target early in the merge. Like, there's no way they're going to end up being able to squeak their way to the end. So it's like, again, I don't know how much potential there really, really is in their return, but... Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. I was thinking there was going to be a cutscene playing there. What the fuck was that? I've never seen that animation before. Whatever. Fuck. Former Ghostwire Tokyo director found a new studio. Is that the woman that like had like really fun character thing? I don't know. It was like a really wacky figure at the press conferences. Do I think Suri will be on Survivor 50? I think it's very likely. Especially if it's a Legend season, I think for sure. Again, Suri's been very open with her wanting to play again. I would be pretty... Oh, I'm an idiot. This is me being an idiot. Fine. What the fuck?
Got you now.
This is so dumb.
Stop running! You'll fake this scene!
Oh, fuck. You have to be anonymous? Why do you have to be anonymous? Well, 50 be early boots? I think that'll be funny. I don't think they will, personally.
What has happened here?
I think they could... Like, if they don't do second chance by a time of 50, I think 50 could be second chance.
Financial difficulties.
Like, I think second chance is for sure. Like, I would be very, very surprised if second chance is not the next All-Star season. The question is, when is that going to be? Is it going to be before 50? Is it going to be at 50? But yeah, I think second chance is for sure next All-Star season. Especially how many people they have to work with at this point.
Is that
no? Did you?
What reason could I possibly have to kill him?
It's called Unseen. That's the name of the studio.
With my brilliant traitorous Captain General.
I do not
45. I don't know. I think 46 maybe.
The assassins murdered him.
I 43, 44 are for sure not All-Star seasons.
It was not my decision to attack Monteriggione.
I don't think they're going to do the public vote again. I don't think.
You took responsibilities for your actions.
Again, they could obviously, but like I don't know how into the idea they really are. Like I know Jeff has said that, oh, we would like to do it again, but like I don't know how much he would actually like to do it again. Because like having the public vote makes it so that you kind of have to switch the order of the seasons. Because it's kind of weird for you to have a public vote, which you would have to have at the finale of like 44, only to have like that be the cast of season 46. Like that would just be weird. So you kind of have to switch the seasons there, which kind of messes with things production wise. And then there was another thing. Well, either way, it's like I just don't know. And also, Jeff did not like the element of like having to tell people to their face that, oh, you're not going to be on the cast and that sort of thing. Like I just feel like in general, like I don't know how incentivized they really are to do this public vote again, even though they talk about how they would like to do it. Where is the piece of Eden?
I know where it is.
Yeah, I think 46 feels about right. Also, have they ever had... They've never done an All-Star season as the first in a cycle, right?
Where is it?
Yeah, they've never had it, right? Because you had All-Stars, which was filmed back-to-back with Pearl Islands. You had Here's Your Villains, which was with Samoa. Obviously, Cambodia aired first, but again, it was the second filmed between it and Ko Rong. You have then Game Changers was obviously after Millions vs. Gen X, and then you have the other one, Winter's Tug of War after IOI. So yeah, they've never done a All-Star season, or really even a half and half season, as
Give me the apple. It's
the
mine, not yours. I want the apple.
Actually, even like Edge of Extinction was the second in that cycle too. What? Whatever. See, I think 46 makes sense to me. We'll see though. Was the public vote even real? I think it was.
I want the apple.
I think if it was fake, then I don't think like a Kimmy Kappenberg makes the list. And like I don't know if a Monica would make the list.
It's mine, not yours. I want the apple.
Mind you, I think they got close to what they would have wanted anyway. But also, I don't know if like both Savage and Terry make the list if they had their pick.
It's mine, not yours!
I want the apple! While they do a public vote for all newbie season, I think that would be interesting. I just don't think it would work out well. Because, again, we have had public votes for spots on Survivor Cast before, and those went to Jimmy T and to Rick Nelson. So, I mean, not the greatest group of players. Well, obviously those were like a bit further back, and I feel like obviously the public would pick different people nowadays. I don't know if that's like something that they're incentivized to do. Especially because like I feel like you also need like a very diverse group of people, and I feel like I don't know how you can really properly do that with having the public vote for who to get on. Where am I going? I'm being an idiot. I love how, like, I've played this game so many times. I should know what I'm doing here. I think I know now, but still. There we go. And then now the Cesare cutscene plays, right? Let me get here. Yeah, Kimmy was on the cast, yeah. I think that's a common thing to forget. Later. I wonder, like, who was production's, like, ideal cast for that season? Like, who would they have... Like, I feel like they for sure would have wanted Max Dawson on at the time, right? I feel like they probably would have wanted Carolyn on. I think they probably would have wanted, maybe Jim Rice. Because I know they were big fans of Jim Rice at the time. Yeah, like, I think they definitely would have, like... I don't think they got exactly what they wanted with that cast. Mind you, obviously, I think they put together the casting pool in a way that, like, they would have been fine with most outcomes. But I think if they were to actually have their choice at the 20, I don't think they got exactly what they wanted. Yeah, maybe Shane Powers. Oh yeah, they would have won Brad Culpepper, by the way. I forgot about that too. I forgot Brad Culpepper. Oh, and Troyzan. They would have won Troyzan too. Like I think they would have gone Troyzan over probably both Terry and Savage. Because yeah, like Jeff Probst loved Troyzan the first time around. Considering how, like, rarely they brought him back for Game Changers, and, like, how he was, like, pretty much on Karamoan until Malcolm, like, took his spot. Like, I mean, yeah, for sure, Troy. And then he was also in the running for Blood vs. Water. To where, like, I feel like the reason he wasn't on Blood vs. Water is because his loved one wasn't as interesting. Like, I feel like for sure they would have had Troyzan on Second Chance if they had the choice. Troyzan or Coach, who's the better player? I think Coach played the better game on South Pacific than either of Troyzan's. I would say if we take out South Pacific, then I would say Troyzan's the better player. But, I don't know, South Pacific's just a weird game. Because, like, it's one that I don't think is very repeatable. And it's one that has, like, obviously the great flaw in the fact that he couldn't own up to his game at the end, which causes him to lose. But again, like, I think, like, if I were to do a player ranking, like, top players of all time right now, I would have Coach above Troyzan. Don't think anyone pre-Heroes vs. Villains should be considered for Second Chance too. Yeah, probably, but like I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that. Like I think like a Kelly Goldsmith would be a cool returnee. Like, I think there would be people here and there from old school seasons that I would like to see. Fuck off. T-Bird would be great. I don't think it's super likely. Fuck off. Fuck off. This is the dumbest part of the mission, too. You have to be undetected despite the fact there's like a billion guards chasing after you. Apparently Dave and Lori are one of Phil's favorite teams. Yeah, I believe wasn't that like a team that he like said he wanted to be on All Stars or something? Just like, sure, I guess. There we go. Is there a bigger lock for Heroes of Villains 3 than Natalie Cole? I mean, I think there's a lot of bigger locks. I don't know how likely Natalie Cole is of a returnee. Like, I don't think she has 0% chance, but like, also, it's like, they're not doing, Heroes vs. Villains. Again. Want Burton to come back? Yeah, I would love to see Burton come back, too. That's another one. Cool. That's lovely. Yeah, I think there's a decent amount of people. I don't think it's like a wide group of people, but like, I think there's oh, wrong way. There's definitely like people I would like to see considered from those old school seasons. Shit. I mean, Natalie is the perfect, like, survivor villain. It's just that I don't think they... and again, they're not doing Heroes as villains because I don't think they like categorizing people as heroes and villains nowadays. But also, like, I don't think they... Like, I don't think Natalie is, like, super high on their priority list as a returnee. To where I think at the end of the day, it's like, even if they cast heroes or villains, they don't... Like, and really this comes to casting of themes in general. They don't care if they actually fit into the theme. Like, the way they do these typically is that they cast first and then create a theme after. So it's like, I don't think they're gonna, like, and we saw this with the original Heroes vs. Villains, where, like, again, Danielle was not really a villain. Candace is not a hero. Party's barely a villain. I mean, Amanda's not really a hero. I mean, like a lot of these people don't really fit into the... Like, Coach is barely a fucking villain. Like, none of these people actually fit into these categories. They're just putting together these casts, and then what theme can we separate these tribes into? So, like, if they ever do another Heroes with Villains thing, like, it's gonna essentially be, like just any random all-star cast, and then they break it up afterwards. Like, it's going to be essentially that they want to do an all-star season, they see the group that they can potentially get, and then they're like, hey, we can break it up into Heroes and Villains, let's just do it, why not? Like, I think that's the best chance we have of Heroes and Villains cast, not them actively saying, hey, let's do Heroes and Villains, let's see who we can get. Taking a while to load. Alright. This is kind of a dumb section of the game. Cool. Why don't they do another season called All-Stars 2? Because I don't think they want to do a basic All-Star season. And even that, I don't think they would call it All-Stars 2 either way. They would just do Survivor All-Stars. Again, like, they just wouldn't put a number on it. It'd be similar to, like, Big Brother All-Stars, Amazing Race All-Stars. Like, they never officially had a 2 on it. But again, like, they do cast whoever they want. Like, it's like, that's what Game Changers was. Like, Game Changers was literally them casting a random group of returnees, and then later creating a theme that they thought made sense, which it didn't. I think they learned their lesson from Game Changers. I don't think they're likely to make the same mistake of creating that, like, that type of all-star cast where, like, it's a major difference in between the big threats and the smaller threats. I mean, that's essentially what All Stars is Survivor Productions favorites. Hey, Caleb's obviously a game changer. Haley Ford's a game changer. Sierra Dawn Thomas is a game changer. It's so fucking dumb that that's even a thing. He's like, even his explanation doesn't make sense. Because like he says that, oh, it's not necessarily that they changed the game like across the series, it's that they changed the games of the seasons they're in. It's like that's what a player in a season does. That's literally the point of being a player in a season. Like you're literally just saying like anyone is a game changer. Oh, Paul and Amy broke up? That's disappointing. And they've been together for forever, right? So what, like over 20 years then? And again, when I say disappointing, it's like I know nothing about their actual relationship. Like for all I know, like he was like beating her up every day, like for all I know, so. I always get lost in this section. Okay, I actually found him right away. If they could have justified So Kim, she would have been on. I don't even think it mattered if they could. Like, I think they would have put So Kim on if they felt like she like fit the cast. I mean, to be fair, also Sierra Dawn Thomas, me mentioning her, is like she was technically an alternate. Again, like I don't get their love of So Kim. Like I find it so fucking weird. Of all the first boots, like So Kim is the person we're like, oh my god, we gotta have her back. To the point where she's like called for every All-Star season since 30. I think it would have been funny, like, to see what Survivor 40... I should probably make that video at some point. Of, like, what if Survivor 40 wasn't Winners at War? And, like, see what that cast would have been. Because it would have been interesting. Because like, I do feel like they just would have gone for a more general All-Star season.
We are sorry. I paid for your appointment. Roma is not the same as it once was.
Actually, to be honest, I might actually do that video kind of soon. To be honest, that's like a good video to where like it's a video that can come out at any time.
Hired men promise you their blood, but
So I might actually do that one.
They turn against you.
Not too far future. We don't know what the theme was because again, there was no theme. Like I said, like they don't cast with themes in mind. They create the theme after they cast. Oh yeah, I can use these. I'm a fucking idiot. I don't need these anymore. Fuck off. Yeah, old school versus new school. I think that actually, yeah, now I think about it, that was like the rumor, right? Is that it was gonna possibly be old school versus new school because they had like reached out to like Lex and like some other like really old school players. God damn it. I'm gonna die here. Oh, fuck off. I mean, from what we've been told, what happened with Winners at War is that essentially CBS told Jeff, hey, why don't you try to get all the winners together? Jeff said, I don't think we can do it, but CBS said, hey, you should try. Like, from what I understand, that is essentially what happened with Winners at War. Fuck off. Yeah, would they have called it, like, gold versus silver? Is that a thing? Like, like golden age versus silver age? Like, Survivor gold versus silver. It's fucking old school versus new school. I could see Survivor doing something like that. Again, like where we have like Love one season being Blood versus Water, where like the Blood and Water title makes no fucking sense. I do find it hilarious though how like we've gotten to the point now where like Blood versus Water is just like commonly looked at as like, oh yeah, that's a Loved one season, but like the actual term Blood versus Water makes no fucking sense. It made they made Jeff put in all that work to get an okay season. I mean, again, like as much as like I hate certain things that they did with Winners at War, I mean it's undeniably still like just like massive love letter to Survivor, like to Survivor as a series. I think it is like the culmination of like this first, I guess you would say, era of Survivor, where like it does feel like the end of an era. And it feels like 41, and obviously like they talk about 41 being the new era, but I do think it does feel like that's the case, and obviously COVID plays a factor into that too. With the break that they had, but I do think like Winners at War is still like a fitting season to like end that first era of the show.
Come, friend. I'm just doing my job, right?
And it's still like really incredible they were even able to put the cast together. Like who would have actually, like again, like at the time, who would have thought that you would have actually been able to get like Boston Rob and Parvati and like Ethan back and whatnot. God damn it. Like the thing is, like, yeah, I think Winners at War is a much better season when you look at it from the perspective of its relation to the rest of the series. Where like it as an individual season is simply just not that good. But like with the context of the rest of the series and knowing the history of the series, like it is like what really propels the season. Where I think if you don't know the history of the series and you don't know all these winners and their previous relationships and how they played their first time around, like it's not that good of a season. Like it's a fucking mess of a season, largely because of like Edge of Extinction and the fire tokens and whatnot. But yeah, it's like because you have like the Cops Are Us relationship, you have Boston Rob and Parvati working together, you have the Boston Rob and Sandra relationship that plays a factor into things. You have this like the Lions, like, or was it Lions that time? I forgot what it was. Or it was the Hyenas, right? That was the term, whatever it was. The like you have like the essentially the big threats trying to work together against the smaller threats and whatnot. It's like there's a lot of these like really interesting like things that play into Survivor history.
Come to watch my triumph.
They're interesting to see on Winners at War. Yeah, we're seeing the return of Rob and Amber. Again, Ethan in his storyline at the cancer and everything. You have like Michelle's like kind of redemption arc with her trying to prove herself as like a good winner. Like the Ben stuff, when you see like the toll that Survivor had on Ben. And to see that culminate in him like giving up his game to try to give Sarah a better chance at winning the game. Yeah, it's like I think Winners at War is just like it's like a fascinating season on paper. Like I think if I ever were to do a retrospective of Winners at War, it might be like one of the longest videos I ever do. I was thinking about this like when rewatching Heroes vs Villains on the streams and stuff. Like if I ever do Heroes vs Villains, retrospective. Like, that's probably going to be one of the longest retrospectives I'm ever going to do in my entire life. Yeah, I think if I were to do a full-blown Winners at War one, it would be a similar thing. Where even Winners at War, like, I did not go nearly as in depth as I would with, like, as I did with Survivor 41 for Winners at War, and that video is already, like, what, an hour and 20-something minutes long? So imagine if I actually went, like, all out on that. Like, I do wonder how long that video actually would have been.
Throw down your arms, Cesare Borgia.
What I think would happen if Michelle and Nick voted out Wendell over Yule, I think they come into the merge in a better position. To where at that point they are a bit more, they're able to align a bit more with the Sophie side of things. So I think at that point it also benefits Sophie, because Sophie would then have Yule, which through that would have Michelle and Nick. And they would kind of be, I think they initially would still align with the Tony, Sarah side of things, and Ben. But I think it would put Sophie in a much better position where she's like in between those two sides at that point. But to be fair, I think that also would probably make Jeremy a much more blatant target at that point. Like, it's funny because, like, obviously Wendell gets targeted partially due to the fact that he was so close to Jeremy and they wanted to weaken Jeremy. But I think if Wendell's not there, I think they just go for Jeremy, like, at that point. Where, again, like, you kind of have Yule piecing together those two sides, to where at that point it's like, who else do you have to target? You have, like, Jeremy and Kim, and I guess, like, maybe Denise, who's, like, kind of just, like, doesn't really have any real allegiances. I guess she has, like, Ben, right? I guess, actually, no, Adam would probably be a target, right?
Cesare was right.
Because I think probably Tony would still try to keep around Jeremy for a bit longer. But still, it's like, I think it would have been a more interesting season with Yule being more of a, like, leader of his side of things.
We will see each other again. You have my word. Buona fortuna.
And I not in a position where they would be instantly targeted right away. So it's like, I think it would have added more of an interesting dynamic
you will need it.
moving forward. I think Tony's side, like, I think Sophie would probably still lean towards the Sarah Ben side of things over Nick and Michelle, at least. Like, I don't know if she would have fully flipped on Yule during early, like, merge sort of part of the game, but again, it would have been interesting. I think it definitely does. Do we know if Sarah wins, if she cuts Tony? She would not have cut Tony. And Tony would not have cut Sarah. Like, they were not cutting each other at any point.
How did you find the apple you stole from Mario Auditore? Let me hear.
And that's, like, part of the, like, impressiveness to a degree of Tony's game. And it's like, it's kind of in a similar way to how Derek played in BB16, where it's like, both of them, like, again, like, people fault people for being loyal in the game of, to, like, their, like, ride or die in the game. Like, and the thing is, like, the thing that's mentioned a lot is, like, oh, are you willing to cut your #1 ally if it means that you lose the game? Like, really the best, like, players are able to beat their #1 ally, or the ones that, like, actively make moves along the way to undercut their #1 ally to where they win the jury vote against them at the end. Like, that's exactly what Derek did with Cody, and that's exactly what Tony did with Sarah, where, like, Tony completely takes away any chance of Sarah beating him in a jury vote with the Sophie move. Where that completely flips the power structure to go in Tony's benefit, but then also, like, it makes Sarah look worse to the jury, to where at that point Tony is looked at as the alpha in their duo. Where beforehand, again, like, there was talk about Sarah being the one playing the better game because she was the better positioned player of the two. But once Tony makes that move, like, he is now the alpha, and he is the one that now wins the game if they make it to the end together. Yeah, it's similar to what Mark does with Sam, though. Again, that's kind of a different situation considering it's husband and wife. And I don't think it's like, again, like, as much as, like, people are like not happy with what Mark's doing. Like, I don't think Mark is doing this so that he beats Sam at the end. I don't think that really matters as much to him. Like, I think he's legitimately doing it because he legitimately thinks that this is the best chance that they have to get to the end. I just think he's also extremely, like, he kind of has like tunnel vision in the game, where I don't think he's able to really see other people's perspectives. And really only sees his perspective. And thinks that like his way is the best way. But I don't think he's like actively doing it because he's trying to beat Sam if they get to the final two. How Derek undercut Cody when they made every move together? Because he made it more blatant to the jury that they were his moves. Then also he had Cody cut the people that like they like essentially like when like Caleb goes home, it's like he puts the blame on Cody for doing so, and also he just like also just made better relationships than Cody with a majority of the jury members. How's BB9 preseason? I did not watch BB. Like I actually didn't even watch BB9 live. And even then, that was like before I was actually like a real fan of Big Brother. Where, like, the first time I paid attention to preseason stuff was kind of BB13, but like really BB14. And even then, like I don't remember much of those. It's really not until like BB15 that I really paid attention to that sort of thing. Oh, there. Mark is playing more like I hope the individual cookout members would. Yeah, kinda. I mean, like, again, like, I think it's probably... Like, I would have wanted them to play kind of, again, more like the Derek style of game. Where I think Derek was a lot more purposeful. And I think Dan also does this expertly, too, in him beating Memphis. Where, like, really, the best part of Dan's BB10 game is his jury management, and how he plans his entire game of being against Memphis and, like, continuously makes Memphis look like the bad guy for things that they're doing together. Like, I really think the final 4 week for Dan is, like, one of the best, like, played rounds in the history of the show. Are we on stream? Okay. So we're about 30-ish minutes away from the end at this point. So I'll finish this. Next stream we'll start Revelations. And I'm hoping we can do that in 2 streams. First, consider we did this in 2 streams. We should be able to do that in 2 streams as well. Actually, and even this, I didn't start until like an hour into last stream, right? Was there any way for Dan to beat, or for Dan to win BB14? I think the only way is him against Bookie. But I don't think he was ever winning a jury vote, just based off the sentiment of him being a previous winner. And even if there was, it would have been like a very, very tough road. Because I think he inherently was never getting Joe's vote, for sure. I think it would have been very difficult for him to get Jen's vote. Because, like, again, for all intents and purposes, he should have gotten Jen's vote. Considering he was one of the closest people in the game to Jen. Yet she still doesn't vote for him because she didn't want a previous winner to win. Let's hear. I think it would have been tough for him to keep Frank's vote, though there probably was technically a way. Same thing with Shane based on the situation he was given. Again, that's another thing about Dan, is that Dan in BB14 was also extremely unlucky in how the game played out, where every single time he tried to get rid of his biggest threat, they would win a competition that made it so he couldn't do it. Like, the fact that he even had the backstab Shane the way that he did is, like, really unlucky, considering Shane wins, like, Final 4, or Final 5, sorry. Vito or HOH? Vito, right? And then, like, he also gets unlucky in the fact that Ian continuously wins. Fuck off. Well, anyway. But, like, he just gets really unlucky in the fact that he has to take his biggest threat further into the game because he continuously wins competitions. When, like, if he had gotten to the end against Danielle and Jen, and had gotten to the end with Jen, he would have had a better chance at winning. I feel like it still would have, like, been difficult to overcome that anti-winner sentiment, but, like, I think that's his best chance of winning, though. Because I think in that situation, he would have Danielle, he would have probably Ian. Probably, but again, like, I mean, that's also, like, that means he doesn't, that means he has to backstab Ian at some point, so, like, is he able to maintain Ian's jury vote there? I feel like that's a huge issue in general with winners versus non-winners in finals of any reality show. There are very few instances where a winner wins against a non-winner. I agree with that to a degree. Like, obviously we see in Winners at War, or not Winners at War, in Heroes vs. Villains, but, like, that's obviously a very weird situation where it was two winners versus a non-winner, and that non-winner was Russell Hantz. And also they didn't know for sure that he was a non-winner. Considering, again, there's speculation that he might have thought he was the winner of Samoa at the time that the season was filming. There we go. So that's the final boss.
The throne was mine.
Wanting something.
I don't know, this conversation always makes me laugh. It's just so fucking dumb.
I will lead mankind.
Yeah, like, I think in the modern day, I think there would be, I think if a winner had gotten to the end in the modern day, I feel like they would have a better chance at winning. The problem is that I feel like they're much less likely to get anywhere close. Where, and we saw in, like, Edge of Extinction, where instantly the former players were targeted. And, like, even though, like, Kelly and David were able to make inroads, it's like they still, like, really didn't have much of a chance after their merge.
What do you know?
With these really massive targets on their back.
I will lead
but it's like, I think if they
mankind
get
into
to
a
the
new
end,
world.
like, I feel like winners can win against non-winners at this point, and actually have a level of respect of being able to get to the end after having been a winner. Especially on Survivor. But yeah, like, yeah, Nicole would have beaten Enzo, probably at least. Yeah, it would have been very close, I think. But yeah, and Nicole probably beats him. Anyway, like, actually, even back in the day, like, BB7, like, Will would have beaten anybody on BB7. So, like, it's definitely, I guess it matters, like, what cast you're on. And, like, how much hostility they have towards you. And also, I think that was also a thing that factored into BB14, was the fact that they came in as coaches. Which I think that also turned off a lot of the players in there. Would Will have beaten Danielle? I think that's probably the tougher scenario.
Let's go.
But I think Will beats anyone else. And I think even Danielle, because the tough thing there is that Danielle was one of the biggest proponents of Will.
Great. So some kind of
and also, like, really, Danielle and James were the two biggest proponents of Will needs to win. And with Danielle being in the final two and James probably voting for Danielle in that situation, I do think that makes it tougher for Will. Where, like, I think Will probably... Like, so Will versus Danielle. Will definitely gets Janelle. He definitely gets Boogie. Danielle definitely gets James.
We have to find
definitely gets Marcellus.
Problem is,
I can't believe
Howie
we're stuck here.
Probably goes Will, right? So that's 3-2. Who would he go to jury votes? Chicken George. Yeah, I mean, Chicken George probably votes Will, so I mean, Will probably wins. And then Erica is leaning Danielle, but I think can vote Will. But yeah, I mean, like, I think Will probably even wins in that scenario, but again, that's very, very close. But I think he, like, outright wins every other scenario.
Hey, maybe it has something to do with this.
Would Sandra beat anyone in Winners at War? I think she would have had the advantage in any jury scenario. Obviously, like, you can't really tell because, like, you need to see how the game plays out. But I think, like, she would have an advantage in the sense that I think that would have been greatly respected if she had been able to make it to the end again.
1420.
Who are the worst Survivor AU players ever? I mean, like, I think Matt Dyson comes to mind.
God.
Tell us already.
I am. The Tetragrammaton.
Who else is there?
The 72 names of God. You see? They're all contained
within Des,
verses.
I guess. I think if I were to do worst players of Australian Survivor, I think number one would be Des. Or number one would be Matt Dyson.
Numerical values add up to the same number. 72.
Are you absolutely sure about this?
That's kind of why
Sandra being voted off Australian Survivor feels so long ago now. Yeah, it does. I mean, it was 10 episodes ago, right? It was episode 7. So even, like, just episode count-wise, it was a long time ago.
Password. Sean, go get the van.
I mean, it was so long ago that I've already written, like, despite me being really far behind on my Australian Survivor script, I've already written that part of the script.
Deja vu.
I bet. Let's go.
Even if she got carried, I think the fact that she made it all the way there would give her a third win. Yeah, because I think at that point it's also like a perception thing where even if, like, Tony dominated the entire season and had more control and agency throughout the game than Sandra did, I think at that point they would be like, why the fuck did you take Sandra to the end? Like, were you trying to lose and that sort of thing? So, like, yeah, I think Sandra would have probably beaten anyone at the end, probably. Again, I think she has the inherent advantage there. Fuck off! What the fuck? Whatever. How do you get back up? I need to route up if I fall. Here? I mean, he was voted out 7-5, but it was a split vote, right? Like, it wasn't a genuine 7-5.
Lucy, I'm making my way toward the entrance.
Okay, good.
If you see any gladiators, my advice would be leg it.
I'll keep that in mind.
Like, it was a 7-5 with the intention of him being voted out anyway. And, like, he also actively blows himself up at Tribal to where they put the votes on him.
I can't believe I'm actually going to hold the app.
If they brought Tony on AU over Sandra, how would he have done? Probably the same.
I wonder if it'll change things.
I think around the same sort of trajectory. I think Tony probably has a bigger target on his back than Sandra in the modern day. Where, like, I feel like with Sandra, there's at least this appeal right now of, like, oh, she's the queen, and, like, that's, like, kind of an endearing thing. Well, like, I think with Tony right now, he is just, like, really threatening two-time winner. That's, like, one of the, like, strongest strategic players in the history of the show. I feel like that's, like, a bit more of a threatening target nowadays. That, like, I think on AU in particular, I question if they would still keep him around. I think if it was I think it was the main, or fuck it, I think it was the US. I think then they would at least consider keeping him around. But I just think in general, Tony's just a much more dangerous player than Sandra in terms of what his overall potential to what he could do. To where, like, I think Sandra's like one of these players that you can keep her around and, like, eventually just take her out anytime you want.
Good to know.
Like, I feel like Tony is, like, a very dangerous player to where he can create these, like, plans that can really mess up everything if you keep him in for too long. Yeah, Adam from 2017 is also really bad. But, I mean, Adam at least had, like, a solid group of allies behind him. Like, he had, what, like, 4 people or so? Like, he had Tessa wanting to work with him. He had, Kate, everyone's favorite Kate, wanting to work with him. Like, he actually had, like, genuine allies. Well, like, Matt Dyson had nobody. Like, Matt Dyson is legitimately, like, alone, and also blows up his game. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't think Tony would run around, though. Like, unless, like, Tony, again, unless this is a game changer situation where, like, he knows he's not going to win anyway, so, like, why not just, like, go crazy? Then, like, I don't think Tony is ever, like, doing that sort of thing again. Because, like, I think he knows the target that would put on his back. That's why he didn't do it on Winners at War. Like, I think that's what's, like, part of what's so great about his Winners at War games, that he's able to adapt and learn from what didn't work on Game Changers. Yeah, Janelle's pretty bad as well.
We commit to this space the epilogue of our ending. Let it be found by he who is deemed worthy. Let it guide him. Let it shape his path forward.
It's still insane to me they fucking wrapped up the storyline in Valhalla. It's like, fuck me, man. I mean, Tony had literally no chance on Game Changers. Like, literally no chance. Like, he had a bigger target on his back than Sandra did in Game Changers. Like, the only people that wanted to work with Tony coming into the season were, what, Sierra and Malcolm, right? Oh, and Caleb. But, like, almost everyone, like, listed Tony as the #1 target. Like, even over Sandra. It's like, and Tony had no chance on that season at any point.
In the beginning, we set our truths to parchment.
I mean, is it exposition? Like, she just says things that you just don't understand. Like, I mean, things that you're not supposed to, like, it's like, yeah, it's like, it's a lot of,
Cleansed by flood. All the world is innocent.
I guess it technically is exposition, right?
Innocent and ignorant.
But it's like, it's also like incoherent, like, exposition. To where it's like exposition for things that don't affect the main game because, like, they didn't bother to actually make it matter. I remember when I first played this, this fucking blew my mind too. I'm for sure of, like, the ending of AC2 and then this game with Lucy's death and everything.
Okay.
Kind of, like, it's foreshadowing, lady, if the foreshadowing ever foreshadowed anything. And, like, it technically does because they make it matter in Valhalla. But, like, does it, though? Yeah, fuck, what's it called now? Yeah, Mass Effect 1, fuck, oh my god, what is it called? I can't remember what it's called now. Whatever. Well, Sovereign and then the other one. Virgil? Is that his name? Whatever. But yeah, those are great exposition dumps.
What is this place?
Santa Maria alla Coeli. See those columns along the aisles? They're lifted from Roman ruins. Now, supposedly, this church was built...
Jay's banned from the challenge? Or you hear that?
I like the ceiling.
Do you? You like the ceiling? Oh, you are a fascinating traveling companion.
I should remember it though, considering I made the Mass Effect video like not even 6 months ago or so. When did I make that video? I know obviously it came out in January, but I made it before that. When did it come out? When did I make it? Oh, actually, I didn't edit it until December. So yeah, that's not even 4 months ago. So it actually wasn't even that long. But I made offensive tweets? That's a shame.
Oh, we'll just stay down here then, shall we? Just pray or something.
What I found funny about the challenge though is like how many people like can't be banned for like how many people like of their casting pool are people that like there's like nothing to ban them for. Like I feel like almost everyone that's on the challenge is fucked either way. To where they've all done something bad to get to potentially get banned for.
We did not build them to be wise, and now they are our final, vaulted hope. You are they. You possess the potential for understanding, but you broke our tools, or turned them against one another. We have destroyed what we could. Sealed the way.
I don't really like they take the time to fucking do that.
Something's open.
Yes, because that was very important to do right there.
Most, not all.
Oh fuck, I almost fucking fell off there. The fact that Josh got after his disgusting behavior on BB-19 is kind of odd. Kinda, I mean like, what did Josh do that was like that bad? Like on his own, I should say. Like obviously he was a part of like a lot of like icky things.
Time erodes us.
But like, I don't know if there's like anything in particular that you would like actually call him out for like, that's, oh, I'm an idiot. But like, I don't think there's like much that you can like individually call him out for that, like, oh, that's something you gotta ban him for. Okay. Fuck off. Okay, cool. What a masterpiece. Fuck off. What the fuck? Whatever. I mean, the pots and pans, I don't think that's anything. Like, I don't think that's something you ban them for. The PTSD shaming, was that Josh? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, was that Josh as an individual? Like, I'm pretty sure that was, like, just the entire, like, Paul cult. Really, I think more so put on to Christmas, right? But yeah, I mean, realistically, like, I don't think MTV actually cares about, like, these actual things. I think they're just gonna do whatever gives them the least amount of backlash.
Here goes.
Like, to the point where, like, if anyone becomes a liability in the sense that they are gonna cause them any issues, in terms of, like, previous comments and whatnot, then they're just not gonna bother bringing them back. But I think who they deem as an issue and who they don't seems to come from, like, pretty questionable rationale.
I'm not so sure.
You're assuming Cody from BB-19's on the top 10 worst players to make the jury? You may or may not be correct in that. He's trying to annoy Jessica on the day after she won HOH. That day was also the anniversary of Dad's death. I mean, that's like kind of a nothing thing, though. I mean, that's like the rock star's daughter's birthday sort of thing. It's like, I don't think that matters.
Now for that password. Sean's right, that is.
I'm always right.
About that dead end.
That never happened. I was misquoted.
Whose game do I think is worse? Cody, BB19, Victor. Oh, yeah, it's Cody, BB19. It's not even close. Yeah, at least Victor was like a couple rounds from the end where he would have won the game against anybody.
Just say it.
Okay.
Like, Cody was, what, at the final 11? After having already been previously voted on, also had no chance at winning the game, where no jury was ever gonna, like, that jury was never gonna award him with the win. I mean, he was voted out 3 times, but also, like, survived way more rounds without immunity than Cody did. Or at least more rounds that he didn't need immunity. For all I mean, like, he did win a lot of competitions, but, like, that middle stretch of his game, like, he did not need to win a lot of the comps.
The apple seems to be in the center.
And also does, like, actively good work at bonding with, like, with Nicole and Corey at points. So, like, I think he does a lot more better work than Cody ever did.
Hey, Jessamine, those beams poking out the wall look like switches. If you hit all of them, you might get some power to the central platform.
Haven, the BB19 cast blames everything on Paul and Christmas, similar to how B15... I mean, do the BB19 cast blame it on Paul and Christmas? I think that's the fan base that blames it on Paul and Christmas.
100 years I might speak, and still you would not promise. You with 5 senses.
I agree with the BB15 thing, though. But then I do think Gina Marie was for sure, like, Gina Marie was for sure the worst. And then Aaron was also very, very bad. Like, I think they are the 2 worst, but obviously everyone else was also very icky as well. But I think with the BB19 thing, it's like... And to us, the BB19... I just don't think BB19 was nearly as bad to me. Where it's obviously, like, really shitty to be, like preying on Cody's PTSD and everything, but, like, Cody's also kind of a shit person, also. And it's like, again, like, also, like, Raven wasn't the greatest, and... And I think they also get, like properly, criticized for that outside the show. Where again, like, people don't like Cody outside the show at this point. Are Jess and Cody better than Micah? No. In, like, no aspects. Like, Dem and Ika are way more likable, and are also better players. Like, I don't know what aspect they would actually be, Cody and Jessica would be better. Alright, that's the end of the game.
So where are the temples?
Yeah, and this is the part that,
Or think it.
gets finished in fucking Valhalla.
You sure you asked it the right thing?
I know this. I know that symbol. That's a Phrygian cap. It stands for...
BB19 was so bad that he had to stop watching. They made me vote for a racist transphobe for AFP. Yeah. That's pretty much BB19 for you.
Communes with the apple. You have activated it.
Jess is only unlikable because she's with Cody. Pretty much.
On the 72nd day before
I mean, like, I don't think she... Did Jess do anything that bad? I don't think so, right?
The end and the beginning, who we abhor and honor. The final journey commences. There is one who would accompany you through the gate.
She lies not within our sight.
The cause
Fuck me. It's so funny because I did my fucking Brotherhood retrospective right before Valhalla came out. And, like, literally right after Valhalla comes out, like, because I talk in the retrospective about how, like, all this doesn't fucking matter. And they fucking make it matter in Valhalla, kind of. So that's, like, kind of annoying.
Please.
Do I think Jackson will get to play Survivor again? Probably not, really. Like, I don't know. I don't know how high they really are on Jackson.
Cease your struggle.
I mean, I guess we'll see by the time we get, like, another All-Star season or that. But, like, I don't think they're gonna bring him back, like, randomly. Well, I know people are talking about, oh, you should bring him back for 43 or 44. I don't think they're gonna do that.
It is done.
The
way lies all before you.
Only she remains to be found.
Awaken the sixth. Go alone.
There we go. That's the game. It's like BB version of Jenna and Zach. Yeah. I mean, except for that, I think Zach is much more abusive to Jenna, like emotionally abusive than like Cody is to Jess, where they seem to have an actual genuinely good relationship. It's just that, again, Cody's not the most likable person in the world. But like, he seems to treat Jess like perfectly fine. Alright, we're done with that bullshit. Alright. So, again, next stream we'll start Revelations. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Fuck me. I know people feel for Jackson, but he's there. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, too. Yeah, he lied about his medical history. It's literally against the rules. Like, that's literally why they kick him off the show. But I'm too fair, they kick him off the show because it actually had an effect on things. I think if it wasn't, then obviously they would have let it go. But, yeah, I don't think he's that likely of returning unless there's, like, such a, like reaction, to, like, where production would, like, recognize that people want him back. But I don't think it's quite on that level to where they're gonna bother. Yeah, so next time we'll start Revelations. I got 79. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I did do 100. I tried to do 100% completion, kind of, last time. I forgot about that. Wait, is that my most completed save on this? That's kind of fucked. Did I never do 100% completion on PS4? Huh. Yeah. Oh, fuck off. It fucking puts you in the main. Okay. Well, fuck that. Do I think Jacob Jordan's the worst player from the 30s? I think it's Jacob or Reem. Those are probably the top two. I would actually go Reem. To where, like, I don't think Reem has much potential. Where I think Jacob at least gets the strategy of the game. Where, like, I don't think Reem does. Do I want Emily to go into Duel 3? If there is a Duel 3, how would we be able to do it without Emily? Obviously, Emily Fitzpatrick is the guaranteed lock to return. By the way, my bitrate just dropped dramatically, so that's something. But again, like, the stream did go pretty well. For most of it. Again, like, was expecting something to go wrong along the way. Did not seem to happen. Then again, knowing my luck, the stream would, like, cut out immediately after I said that. But, yeah, my bitrate is actually, like, really dropping, though. So I should probably end stream pretty soon. Do I think Reem would play again? I think if they ask her, she would play again. I don't know if they would ask her. I think that's the bigger question mark. Emily is the best competitor, and Emily is the worst. If we're talking about, like, Emily Shroom or whatever her name is, then yeah. And then Emily Fitzpatrick's one of the worst. To be fair, we haven't seen much of Emily Fitzpatrick. Like, we've literally seen her play, what, twice? And yeah, she's an early boot both times, but I don't know if she, like, is 100%, like, the worst. I just feel like there's like not much to really go off of. Oh, she does have a bad track record. But yeah. So yeah, I think we'll call it a night here. Next time we will start Revelations. I guess that'll be immediately after episode 2 of Survivor 42. And yeah, I mean, yeah, episode 2 Survivor 42. We got episode of Australian Survivor today. Probably airing in like what, an hour or so, something like that. BBCAN will get closer to the eviction. That's insane. I just realized that we're still like 3 days away from the eviction, or 4 days away from the eviction. That's fucking insane. That we still have this much left this week. Considering how much it feels like this week's been going on for already. So yeah, that's also a thing. What else is there? What's the next video again? Oh yeah, tomorrow will be the Horizon Forbidden West review. That'll come out. Then on Wednesday will be the UK Panama retrospective. And yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much it. So yeah, thank you to everyone still here. And see you guys next time.